Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges for watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican police, verbal flooding.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome. I apologize. The seats were broken. They are now fixed. Everyone take a seat. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Monday to you. Kurt, good morning. I'm here. I'm alive and here. What more could we ask, Kurt? Wonderful to have you here. Oh my. I might have a rant this morning in me. I'm not sure if I have a rant or not, actually. Well, it'd help if I'm here. Well, now I'm here. Okay, I may have a rant in me this morning. I'm not sure. But we'll get there when it happens, if and when it happens. Let's see. It would help if everything was working the way it should, but it's not. So that's probably my fault. Hang on 1 second. I haven't sent someone with some more experience. Let's see. I need mix effect. Wow, what a weekend. What a weekend. And I'm not talking in the world of true crime. I'm talking like personally. It was a little bit rough. I guess we'll start with that. First let me do this. Kurt, there you are. I see you. I was actually going to go over to this one right here, Kurt. Sophia Starlin, first in chat this morning. Sophia, congratulations. This is not a first offense. You are a new offender, but not a first-time offender. Congratulations on winning the internet one more time. You broke the silence. The peace of the morning was shattered by your high that you just blurted out there. As punishment for doing that, well, we're going to sentence you to internet ownership for the rest of the day. This also goes on your permanent record, so don't think you can run from this one. It's always going to be there. But thank you for being there first. Somebody has to do it, and Sophia, that was you today.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Do that. Ash Axiom gifted a membership this morning. Thank you, Ash, and also Trisha S gifted 5 memberships this morning. Thank you. Also, Sean. OG Sean White, not a good Monday for me. I'm already 3 hours into my drive, and you're late. Sorry, Sean. You told me you have a 4-hour drive.
You're talking about stuff
15 minutes of work and then another 4-hour drive. Well, I'll be here.
The apocalypse may be upon us.
Judge Boyd is here. I tell you, she's up early this morning. I'll be here for most of the rest of it. I think that's what I think we're going to have. But thank you for that. I think we had earlier. Yes, we had Fat Yoga. Hey! 4 months of membership. Thank you, Fat Yoga. Appreciate that. Love that. Okay, we have a Monday, and I guess we can start. There's a lot of things I have to say. First of all, thank you to everyone who just helped make the day for Danny on Direct the other day. She hit 10,000 subscribers on Friday. It was wonderful. We sort of rated and then DUI guy rated, which was awesome. It was fun. It was wonderful to see her channel grow, and she had so much fun with that. She's a very different personality. Obviously, she grants wishes with a fairy godmother boop. So that's what more could you want? So we're super excited for Danny. There's a good chance I'll probably get to meet up with her in person when Corey Reed happens, because that's out in her neck of the woods. And I think she's going to be covering that one as well. So she's a lot of fun. She is a lot of fun. I'm glad to be able to introduce those who didn't know about her already to her. I'm sure a lot of you already did. Let's see. So that happened. That was first. That was first, and then we had my weekend went downhill very fast, very very fast. For those that know, I realize I've been telling you we've been building this Airbnb. Really, it's not me building it. We have a partner who does all the construction work. I do have tools, right? I do own some tools, but I don't have any of the building tools. I have the destruction tools. Like the hammer I have is good for smashing things, but not for assembling things. You guys, I don't know. I don't know which one is the right hammer to get to build things, but I only have the smash hammer. My saws are good for cutting things out, but not cutting things to length. You guys, you can tell where I'm headed with this. So decided to, because I'm not busy, right? We've got that big project this next weekend, the audio video stuff I've got to take on, and I'm just up to my eyeballs just making sure that's all sorted out. Because I'm not busy, I decided why not undertake another project on the weekend, and let's go ahead and fix, because we have that toilet in the upstairs bathroom, that the seal between the tank on the back and the throne portion, what do you call the bottom? The bowl, I guess, was bad, and it was leaking in the back of the toilet, which is where, guess what? I don't see. Okay, so it leaked, and it leaks right down, and it went under, and we didn't notice until things got a little squishy there. Luckily, it was that water that was leaking and not other water. So I figured since that toilet was faulty already, okay, it had already proved that it can't. I realized some people say you can replace the seal. No, that toilet had one chance and it lost, okay, and it's out. So we took that toilet out. Well, in taking it out, I thought you just unscrew those bolts, and then it's got those little hooks that attach to that flange underneath. And you guys who have seen this done before, I watched it on YouTube, and I'm like, that's how it goes. No, my toilet does not have those. My toilet just has like screws where it was just screwed to the floor because there's no flange, and the pipe is just a 4-inch cast iron straight pipe underneath there. It's awful. Okay, so anyway, tore the toilet out, got that outside, ended up tearing up the flooring, the little square. They're like sticky squares that are supposed to look like tiles, which means that they basically just leak all the way around. So I tore all those up. Underneath I had the 3/4-inch hardwood tongue and groove, the original stuff from 1915. That was bad. So I tore that up. Underneath that, I had subfloor. This like 3/4-inch like diagonal stuff that I was able to stick my putty knife all the way through. That was bad. So now I have a huge hole in my bathroom, and I have no clue what to do from here, which is bad news for everybody else. But that's where we're at right now. So we got rid of the toilet. So now we're renting our own Airbnb. Because that's where the bathroom is. Well, we have two, but anyway, so that's fun. I love owning an old house. It is wonderful. You guys didn't come here to hear about my toilet problems though, so let's go on. Let's go on. You can't get someone to fix them around here. Honestly, you call somebody, a repair guy, and they're like, "Oh yeah, where are you at?" And they'll drive by the house and like, "Oh, that's too old. I don't want that job." They won't even call. They just won't come in. Let's do something lighthearted and fun before we get too heavy into my home repair issues. Clara, Toast Malone, that's the first birthday pup. Both have birthdays today, and Quality RN had a birthday yesterday. So we're going to sing happy birthday to those three. All of you are going to join me.
Subject matter jurisdiction?
Not today. We won't. We're going to join me in singing happy birthday. I remember your parts. I know it's Monday. Let's do a little warm up. La 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 la. That'll work. All right. Deep breath, shoulders back. Blend your voices, people. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Clara Toast Malone and Quality RN. Happy birthday to you. Now we have to sing another verse because Robin just came in and said I'm 59 today, and technically she added it before we were done saying the name. So according to the rules, that qualifies to have to be sung to as well. So, Robin, you get your own verse here. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Robin Bliss. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Sherry Smith's mom as well. Happy birthday to everyone who has a birthday today. I think we got everybody that is on there. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's good. I'm seeing all the advice. I'm looking for birthdays, and I'm seeing call a plumber. Call a plumber. Where's the wax ring? All these toilet things. Yeah. Oh, good stuff. To everyone who has a birthday this weekend or today, happy birthday. Thank you for celebrating here. I realize there are a million places you could be with, a million people you could be with. and you've chosen to be here with us, and that makes me feel special on your special day. Hopefully we can return the favor. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful, happy birthday. Now we can go back to talking about toilets. No, just kidding. Oh, and I forgot free pancakes at Denny's. Don't forget. No, before we do that, I actually had something funny. Where we are going back to the Rust trial, the Rust armor trial.
A video of roaches fighting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who won.
Don't know who won. Who had a 50th anniversary in there? I just saw that. Hang on. 1315. Do you have a birthday in there? Did I miss this? I can't see where. If I missed your birthday, please know that I am sorry. Katie Pickerel, congratulations, 2-month anniversary. Somebody had like a 51 wedding anniversary in there. I'm sorry if I missed that. I saw it, now I cannot find it anymore. Oh, there it is. Kedia, thank you for making me part of this awesome place. Thank you. Appreciate that, Kedia. Wouldn't be the same without you, though. It wouldn't. Let me say this. We need a more official birthday system, like a daily Google form. Greeners, are you volunteering? Are you volunteering? That's all I'm asking. I don't, I'm not good with organizational stuff. Oh, we have the window open today, which is nice because it's nice and warm and a little bit humid. Let's see. We have something I wanted to show you guys, if I can dig this up. Oh, there it is. Found it. Let's bring this in on channel 7, shall we? Oops. There we go. Nope, that's not it. Why is 7 not working? Oh, because I broke everything. That's why. Let's try this button. There we go. Okay. While digging around on the internet, wait, first let me hide it. While digging around on the internet, I can't even reveal how I got here. I stumbled across this case, and I don't know if this will ever go to trial or if it will ever go anywhere. But once I saw the list of third-party defendants on this, I realized that this was a gold mine, that we truly discovered Florida man in his native environment. Yes, because this is out of Sarasota County, and I wanted to just show you just a quick one, just a quick peek at what we have here. This is the pertinent part is over here on the list of co-defendants. Let's see. Let me go back up here. Where was that? Oh, it's open case. Let's see. We have 72 partners. They're a plaintiff. Counter plaintiff is Joe Gilbert type. And then we've got third-party defendants. Sarasota tax collector, Sarasota County property appraiser, Lisa Carlton, Sarasota Health Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, Department of Defense, NASA is on there, Nikki Fried, who's the Florida Agricultural Commissioner, the Florida Congress, the Florida Senate, I guess all of both, U.S. Middle District Court of Florida, 12th Judicial Circuit Court of Florida, 12th Circuit Court of Florida, that's 13th Circuit Court of Florida, 20th Judicial Circuit Court of Florida, Sarasota Planning and Zoning Department, Sarasota County Clerk and Court Comptroller, Lee County Health System, Center of Disease Control and Prevention, so the CDC made it, Florida Power and Light, Duke Energy, Peace River Electric, ex-President Donald Trump, U.S. Senator Marco Rubio, U.S. Congressman Vern Buchanan, Broward Sheriff's Office, Boston Police Department, U.S. Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene, Snyder Law Group, Dade County Board of Commissioners, Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Department, Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners, ex-Governor Jeb Bush, Pentagon DOD, I guess that's different from Department of Defense, who was separately named, and then you've got 72 partners on there as well, and you've got the defendant. So they're suing each other. Wow. And I guess when you file these summons to have everyone show up, it costs money. So there are fees. There are fees and fees and fees. Let's see. Additional defendants in excess of 5 at $2.50 per defendant. That was $72.50 for the excess of 5. And then we have court records. And oh my goodness, this is crazy. From what I've gathered, and I realize this is a little bit cryptic. We might need a lawyer to dig into this because it's a pro se defendant as well. Who would have thought, really? I mean, none of you were like, oh, this is going to be pro se. Yeah, it was. It's pro se. And it has something to do with the defendant, I believe, and this is my take. If I'm wrong, please correct me. The pro se guy filed a lien on some property that apparently the property owner says, we don't even know who this guy is. He never worked for us. We don't know why he's filed a lien. He doesn't have standing, but it's over like a potential for a well for drinking water that isn't contaminated with eugenics, experimental. It is so wild. It is so wild here. So we might need somebody to dig into this because this has been around since 2021. It's still open. Yeah, it might be going somewhere. The last thing I see here is on February 26th. There's a court event. They set an event for lack of prosecution date, March 26th. So they have to do something by then. I guess you have to subpoena or they have to show that something's moving forward on the case. Yeah, I'm sure with, 121 page just to ask the judge to disqualify himself? That's got to be good. Let's take a quick peek at that one. Oh, and then it went black. Let's see. Let's bring it over here. There we go. This is 121 pages of judge disqualify. No, that's not the right one. That's a different one. Why'd they get that one? That's not it. It's this one right here. Lists everybody. Eugenics Operation Party. That's what they call the everybody who's listed there, NASA and the FBI and everything else. So this is a good case. If anyone wants to do some light reading during the week, and please inform us as how this is going. Do we need to send cameras? Because I'm pretty sure that at least one party on this case would like a little more attention on it. So anyway, that's what I found. It's always fun to do some digging on the internet. All right, I haven't been paying attention to chat, so let me look over there really quickly. It looks like Run Horse Run, Kentucky. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for the second month of support. Nix the cat having a hydrocephalus flare-up, so wrapped up like a burrito on the couch with cats tuning into RA. So that makes me happy. Nix the cat, thank you so much. 3 months there, Nix. And then I think I just lost a couple. Let me pull up here. What did I lose? We had Pamper Glamper. Mattias thinks we need suits on the thumbnail. Suits? I already just added the Heisenberg hat. Let's see. Kenya, Run Horse Run, and then Nix the cat. I think I got everybody there. All right. Let me. With that said, let me say this. How was your weekend? How was your weekend? For those that are curious about the case I was just talking about, you get your pens ready because I think I'll only say this once. Here's the case we're talking about. If you just search for this name right here, I think that will get you everything you need to know. And there are a lot of cases. Just look for the open ones. I guess some of the closed ones might be interesting and entertaining as well. But Joseph D. Gilberti, I believe, is the name that you're gonna find these under. And interesting, he may have the strongest case I've ever seen, and maybe all these agencies are going down for it. We'll see what happens. It could happen, It's motion for cameras. Yes, it's Sarasota. We know it's basically down the same neck of the woods as the Maya stuff. So, all right. Let's see, where are we? How did your gig go this weekend? It's next weekend, Babs, but we've done a lot of dry runs and tests, and yesterday I found out that my teleprompter was not working, which is bad because it's like another $500, but so I tried to update it to the newest firmware, and it still didn't work. It was still just flashing, and I reverted back to the original software, and now it works. So I'm fingers crossed I'm not going to change any settings on it and just hope it works for this weekend. If it doesn't work, I'm going to have a spare laptop that I can use as a sort of a cheap version of a teleprompter at the last minute if it starts flickering out on me. But I have to still go and visit the convention site and see where their power outlets are and make sure I have enough extension cords to get power to everything I need. Just where I'm going to be sitting at the at like the control center, what do you call that? Mission control, where I'm going to have the controls for the cameras, the screens that I'm monitoring, the audio boards, all the wireless feeds, the laptops, replay, all that. Where I'm sitting right there, there are 16 items that require its own individual AC outlet. And that's just on my end. There's more stuff up at the front with connections to instruments and microphones. And then there's another room that I have to wirelessly get everything to as well. So it's going to be a bit of a setup. I'm going to start at 6 a.m. in the morning. Let's see. So it's going to be a fun weekend. Weather Watch starts his police academy training tonight. I hope he takes a lot of pictures. That's going to be fun. Mm-hmm. All right, got some kettle corn at Texas Independence Day celebration this weekend. Went and looked at some houses to buy. Britt Bottoms, that sounds awesome. Kettle corn sounds amazing. Love kettle corn. Let's see, anybody else have anything fancy? Does anyone know if James Crumbley's case begins tomorrow? I think it's in jury selection. The green light. We follow Jennifer Crumbley. I'll tell you, we're not going to follow the James Crumbley trial here. It's a difficult one. If they do the same thing in his case, I'm talking about the prosecution that they did in Jennifer's cases, you're just rehashing the school shooting over and over and over. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's just emotionally, it's draining. It's exhausting. See, got over the flu this weekend. Who was that? Sharon, member for 13 months. Thank you, Recovery Addict, for making this channel a safe place for all our addicts, and we appreciate you. Sharon, you are a huge part of this channel. We could not do this without you. You are amazing. Thank you, one of our amazing mods. Thank you. See, I binged Yellowstone. I went to a country festival in Berlin. Brad Paisley, Old Dominion, turning into a German cowgirl by the end of the trial. You need the boots and the hat, then you'll be set. Oh, man, lots of fun stuff. You guys had a good weekend. Britt Bottoms, thank you for gifting the membership. Also, Taminator says, found out yesterday my first grandchild is a girl. I'm over the moon with excitement. I'm so blessed. It's going to be a great day. Taminator, that is exciting. That is super, super exciting. Wow. That's just neat. I also, over the weekend, I got all sorts of pictures texted to the burner phone of Jeeps with ducks in them. Thank you. I wasn't able to respond to all of them, but I got a ton of pictures. I tried to respond to many of them. I still have to go back and get a couple more. But apparently, a large percentage of you drive Jeeps, and you've ducked them. What do you say when you just duck it when you duck a Jeep? Is there like a verb for putting the duck in the Jeep? Little B. It's been an amazing ride. Thank you, and I will never leave. 6 months, Little B, you've got your yellow courthouse. Thank you. That is wonderful. We are excited that everyone's here. We're excited. We have court beginning here in about 45 minutes. So we've got a little bit of time to sort of goof around before we have to get serious and everything gets underway. Let's see. Finally caught up and watching back-to-back recordings all weekend. Tracy, there's been some craziness in there. Let's see. Let me get down to the ducking part here. Little B, thank you for the 6 months. Didn't know if this was asked, but is anyone covering the Robert Tellis trial starting 3/18 in Las Vegas? Former public official charged with murdering a reporter. I've got that on my list. Let's see. Robert Tellis, March 18th, Clark County. He does have an attorney. I don't know. I think it's going to be covered, but that's pretty soon. What else is going on at the same time? We've got Franklin Tucker. They've got he's got his retrial coming up, and I might want to watch that one because I think a new judge would handle that completely differently. John Torres is March 13th. He's just it's a small one in Cedric Simpson's court. He's spicy. Everything else in March. Obviously, we've got Fernandez and Gardner, the Microsoft murder. That's probably where I was going to go next. Even though we're going to be, I think, picking that one up a little bit late and then getting caught up with that trial. Successfully moved into a new apartment this Saturday. Slept all Sunday. That's the appropriate way to do that. It's exhausting. I mean, as a kid, I could bounce back and go out and run around the next day, but as an adult, it takes a little longer to recover the strength. My hubby has a Jeep truck and has several ducks. I want a duck. Maybe we should make a channel duck, a specific duck just for the channel. Who would we talk to about that? It would have to be like an import, I'm sure. I don't think ducks are made locally. Let's see. So many trials to follow. Microsoft murder is where I'm leaning on that one. I have an itchy nose this morning. I have a Jeep Cherokee, so I never get ducked. Please cover tell us. It will be interesting, I'm sure. We'll look and see. Let's see. Microsoft is supposed to be starting like today, isn't it? Are they in jury selection today? Because we've got like almost a full week left in this trial, so we'll have to do some pickup. It's a Crafterville, the Microsoft murder. It's the worst name ever. It's the worst name ever because it's not really. It's like somebody who used to work for Microsoft and he wasn't really a guy in charge, but that's what they named it. It's a is it ex-wife and new boyfriend plotting the murder of ex-husband, and it took place in a, I believe it was more of a it was a trap. It was a situation where they blocked the roads. We had to stop and get out, and then he was shot, and his kids were in the car. It's a bad deal. It's a bad deal. Make a duck decal. We can do that. Real ducks are made locally, says Adam. Yes, Adam, they are. A spicy maple bourbon ducky. Where are you from? I'm in North Carolina, Natalie, but I've lived out west for a while. Lived in England for a couple years, but North Carolina is home right now. The Maya counter. Maya counter is up to... Yes, that's something I wanted to mention. Thank you, Angelique, for this. The Maya counter, in less than 24 hours, we're going to be at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then there's a chance it could be 9 and a 0, but odds are the pennies will be off. The pennies will be off, but the interest owed could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's our next interesting number that might pop up. We need to watch the retrial of Treehouse. Lindsay, I know we're going to look at that one. I think it will be very different. Julie, what does the duck reference mean? We learned last week that ducks and Jeeps go together, and little rubber ducks in the Jeeps. Next time you see a Jeep, just look in the front windshield, and odds are there's going to be some little rubber ducks there. It's something they do. They added 2 people to the Microsoft murder. Now 5 are involved. Are they all going to be tried at the same time? You can't see me? Is it going to be like 5 defendants? Because those cases get crazy. Because usually you have separate attorneys for each one, and then you're in over your head. You end up having something like the YSL Young Thug type situation, where a simple motion takes weeks and weeks. Natalie Stratton says, I'm new, Recovery Addict. Natalie, welcome. Thank you so much. I love seeing that blue courthouse by your name. Make sure you take a seat by typing !seat. Help yourself to the emojis. Let's see. Here we go. Parade.
How does he do that?
There we go. Something about Jeeps here. Just one second. Parade.com. Jeep owners are ducking other Jeeps. Here's what it means and why it's a trend we can get behind.
I'm not a cat.
So there's an article out there. It's called Jeep ducking. Jeep ducking.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting.
I don't know who
won.
Let's see. Paula Mack was here. Yes, I got a screenshot from Red Pen when the interest counter went to $2,222,222, which was wonderful. That was a fun time. Great catch on that. The screenshot. Microsoft trial is a death penalty case. I don't think it's starting this week. Nikki, I think we're close. There might be like a hearing or something. I'll have to check that one. Red Pen caught the 22222s. Can we do a recap on what's happened in the rest trial so far? We sure can. We have plenty of time, so give me just 1 second here. Okay, I need this.
Is that correct?
Off. I still have not been able to fix my clicker, the counter, which... let's see. Let me see if I can show that here. Box source 2 is going to be 4. And cut. So we're up to 384 on the counter. Yep, that's not it. I need...
when are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
I'm about ready for lunch. I've actually asked Mrs. R.A. to see if she can find her way down to the store down the road and get me a Mountain Dew, because I was up at 3:55 this morning, which I don't recommend. I'd say like 7 out of 10 stars, which is still pretty good because I got some things done, but I wouldn't do it often if I were you. All right, let's... see. Hold on just one second. Desktop downloads. There's the counter. That goes here. Why is it? Oh, we need 2 on instead of 1. That's why. There it is. It's in the wrong spot. We're not on day 7, though. We're on day 8, right? Let's put that up there. Day 8. Boo! Fixed it. Just like that. Good thing I had that prepared ahead of time. All right. We have... Oh, we're doing a recap. That's where we were. Just one moment here. I missed something. Braxton Heap says, just go to the park and take a duck. They're free. Braxton, I have a story about that. I can tell you, but if I tell you the story, I don't think I can ever visit England again. Because I don't think it's an extraditable offense. But I'm not sure they're going to let me just let it slide. We took a duck. We ate a duck. Okay, it wasn't a duck. It was a goose. It was a Canadian goose, so it wasn't like it even belonged in England. It was Canadian. England ducks would have been named England ducks. So this was a traveling goose that was not even supposed to be there, I'm pretty sure. But... OG Sean White says I was about 4:30. I feel your pain. I should have just gone live, Sean, so you could have had some company there on the drive. Let's see. Created by EJF says, I had a kind of awful weekend. Thanks for the space to spend the day and focus on something else. EJF, I'm sorry. I feel your pain there. Denise Dominguez, 9 months. Thank you very much. Regina Crawford, 7 months. Little B, we got you there, but once again, thank you very much, Little B. Created by EJF. Hopefully we can make your day a little bit better. Edsel Dog, will you be able to cover the Shanna Gardner trial? I think we are. We've got our fingers crossed for that one. Okay, let's see. We're doing a recap. I keep getting sidetracked, so just one second here. We are on day 7, we're on day 8, so we have to go through, let's see. Day 8 is today. Okay, so the first 7 days. The first day, first of all, this is the trial of the armorer that was involved in the Rust movie shooting. Suzanne, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Brand new member, True Crime Addict. Suzanne, you've got the mug. You've got the mug. That is amazing. Rust shooting armorer. This is Hannah. Hannah Gutierrez is the armorer. She's in charge of all the firearms and the blanks and the dummy rounds on the set. Well, sometimes the dummy rounds, sometimes those are props. But she's in charge of those, and it's her job is to keep the set safe, the actors and all the crew safe as they use these firearms on the set, which are real firearms. They're just not supposed to have real bullets. Well, the problem is that somehow in this set, real bullets made it onto the set, not just onto the set, but they made it into the gun, and then the gun was handled, the gun went off, and one bullet struck and killed Helena Hutchins and struck and injured Joel Souza. That's why we're here. And so this case, Hannah Gutierrez has been charged with involuntary manslaughter and also an evidence tampering case, or evidence tampering charge, because of some drugs that she had somebody take from her. And that's where we are. So day 1, it's basically, they always start at the scene of the crime, how the police discovered it. So we had the body camera footage from the officers on scene. It was crazy. There were hundreds, like 200 people there. The officers were trying to figure out what happened, where the gun was, who was doing what. It seems pretty clear that there wasn't a lot of interest in locating Alec Baldwin. that was not the early focus for police officers. I realized the initial focus was medical treatment for those who were shot. At that time, were both alive, but it went from bad to worse. A lot of mistakes were made on the scene. You've got a lot of people involved who knew things were wrong on the set, but it's all seeming to be hung around Hannah Gutierrez's neck. And so a lot of people are pointing the finger of blame. There's lawsuits going on back and forth between everybody who's involved. But that trial was basically seeing the body cam footage, getting the lay of the land, understanding what happened. We see a lot of Hannah being taken in sort of not into custody, but being detained a little bit for questioning. You've got a lot of testimony about guns and bullets. Okay, so we can understand, because these are what we call cowboy guns. It's a single action revolver, which has unique features about it that make it have to be treated in certain ways because of how it can be loaded and unloaded safely. And so that was brought in. Day 2, we had Marisa Popel continue with the testimony about all the blanks, the rounds, the live rounds, the dummy rounds, and that took quite a while. Defense questioned the ability of her to identify the rounds, and actually had to send some to the FBI to see if there was powder inside or just BBs. We had Christopher Took, who was a police officer who jammed the gun, the Henry lever action gun, instead of like just ejecting all the bullets out the tube where you load them. He was like cycling through the action, and he jammed the shell that was already in the gun into the barrel, and it jammed to the gun. They had to like take it to the shop to get it taken apart. He didn't know how to use the gun. That's why he did that. Ryan Litzinger was the cameraman, videographer. He got us some behind-the-scenes footage, which you've seen now in court. Pretty interesting. Shows that a lot of very lax safety measures were in place, or lack of safety measures were in place. Jason Hawks was also on day 2. He analyzed the Cellbrite data from Hannah's phone, and he got a couple things. He got a picture that was a text from her dad that basically is like a smoking gun, because the picture he sent was the exact same box that was there on scene. Then you've got Catherine Waters. She was the in charge of day-to-day operations. She talks about the locks on the truck, how they secured that after the incident. She talked about the camera crew having quit. Sarah Zachary was mentioned about having possibly moved some ammo from the cart to the prop truck. Day 3, Bryce Ziegler from the FBI. He's the firearms examiner. He tested the gun and the ammo. He x-rayed every single bullet. That's a lot of work. The same day, Shannon Prince, just like her name says, she was a fingerprint examiner and found latent prints on the boxes, as well as a bunch of fingerprints from the FBI on the boxes because they messed up some of the handling. Robert Giletti, FBI explosives analyst, he tested the gunpowder and was able to tell us that the rounds that were live were basically hand-loaded and not factory produced. Geraldine Conway was expert forensic serology and DNA analyst, and basically didn't give us any useful information. Other than that, they didn't get much useful information. Let's see. Looking forward to the state potentially arrested by this afternoon. What are the odds of that happening? I'd put it above 50%, Melanie. Just depends who they want to call as a cleanup witness. Let's see. Day 4, we had Dr. Heather Gerald, chief medical examiner, performed the autopsy, and her. I love her statement. I want this on my wall in vinyl letters. I have a very skewed view of the lethality of gunshot wounds. That was her saying. And she also was asked about the injuries in the body. She's like, well, how detailed do you want to go? She's like, I can talk about this all day. Stephen Orr was a gun expert. He was the one who unjammed the rifle that the other officer jammed. Byron French was on there, who's FBI computer forensics. He did the text message extraction. Lucian Hogg, he was the firearms expert with his son, Mike, who together they did a lot of tested the live rounds on the set. They were hand loaded. Just really, really smart guy, worth a lot of money. Only charged $350 an hour, which is amazing. We had Corporal Alexandra Hancock also on day 4. She was a detective with the Santa Fe Police Department. She interviewed Alec, and Hannah. She interviewed Hannah in the police station, and we saw those videos, and so those videos came in under her, and that was a bit cringy a little bit. where Hannah was just so laid back and just chill. Day 5, Hannah interviews were continued with Alexandra on the stand. Let's see, she talked about the training days, how she wanted more training days for armorers' work. Talked about some arguments they were having. The first production didn't even want the training days. Gabrielle Pickle was the line producer, project manager. She's represented on the thumbnail as a pickle. She's in charge. She texted and emailed with Hannah about armor training days, but basically nothing was done that part. Day 6, Byron Carpenter from Dark 30 Film Services. He's a firearm safety. This guy was good. This guy, he's a sharp dresser and a really good guy. He's basically an armorer and a stuntman, and his company provides armorers and stuntmen for movies. So great description from him on what should have happened and how it should go. We had Ryan Winterstern, who's a producer on Rust, and Nathan Klinger, also a producer on Rust. Those guys were like deer in the headlights, scared to death, just money guys. John Ziello, one of the grips, he gave Elena a ride and helped with first aid. He gave Helena a ride back to the church after lunch, and basically that's the last time he saw her, when he dropped her off at that set, and she was shot a short while after. David John Halls took a plea deal, testified, says Hannah did almost everything right. I'm like, what? Yeah, he says everything was perfect. She was amazing. Something doesn't sit right with me on that one. Sarah Zachary was up. She's a prop master. She and let's see, who's the other one? She's suing the company. I can't remember who else was suing. It's not David. David's being sued. Let's see, who's the other guy? Maybe he comes later. Day 7, we had Sarah Zachary, Joel Souza. He's very relaxed and talkative. He was the one that got shot in the shoulder. Emery Chacon was a hotel desk clerk who wanted to hook up with Hannah, and that was not happening. Wyatt Mortensen was the wrangler and stuntman. You guys really liked Wyatt. Something about the way he talked was resonated with you guys. Miss Schaefer was the medic, and Mammy Elizabeth Mitchell was the substitute teacher and Hollywood script supervisor. That's where we ended day 7. So now we're on day 8. Yes, you guys remember Wyatt, right? Felt bad for Emery. Emery, swing and a miss. He thought he was going to get an out-of-town girlfriend, I guess. I don't know. But how often does the hotel clerk come up to your room? That just seemed like something else was going on there that we haven't heard about. All right. So Thel Reed, who could very well make his own bullets if she got a box from him. Yeah, that's sort of the insinuation. A lot of evidence is pointing to that Hannah brought those bullets with her, and they might have been homemade bullets, which there's nothing wrong with. There's zero. I mean, they're fully functional. They're made correctly. They're just not supposed to be on a film set. That's the problem. Are they late in starting? No, it just takes some time for them to get the sunlight over to that part of the country. That's why we're just a tiny bit delayed. All right, so let me see if this camera is working as well as it should. Yes, that's good. That's good. Let's go back here. All right, I know I'm missing something. I'm worried because I took all these cables and stuff apart to run some of the tests over the weekend. I'm sure something is not plugged back in that should be plugged back in. But I haven't found it yet. And in other news, okay, first of all, this week on the podcast, we have a special guest who's the Tales from the Principal's Office, the YouTube retired principal who's going to be just a lot of fun to have on. So we're not going to have our regular discussion.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Probably not on Thursdays. But so now I just have to tell you today that my alma mater just introduced a class, both undergrad and graduate level class. It's sort of like in the English genre, but it's focused on Taylor Swift. Yep, there's a Swiftie class in my alma mater, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. I might be writing them out of my will.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
So yes, apparently it's a thing. Like universities all over the country are adding
You're talking
Taylor
about
Swift
stuff that is not relevant.
classes for credit. I mean, you can take a class where you watch Taylor Swift videos and listen to her music and analyze her lyrics, and you get credit. So, Court TV saying that Seth is testifying today. That's going to be amazing if Seth Kenney gets up there. I don't have anything against Taylor Swift. I'm not sure that's like what the best use of the college's time. So. All right, Swiftie here because of her brilliance. She is a very good artist, and she is not just a good artist, but she's taken over the world as far as music management. How he runs her show. She works incredibly hard. In Germany, we have Bob Dylan classes. Love it. Zimmy, I tell you, I took music appreciation classes. Okay, I'm not against it, but I'm probably against a doctorate level English class focused on Taylor Swift. I don't think the lyrics are that level, and maybe I'll get some haters here. Anyway, apologize. Let's see. She's great. I like her. I sing her songs when I'm by myself in the car. It's some of them are just so catchy. You just even if you're not a big fan, you find yourself learning all the words and singing along. I just triggered chat. Sorry about that. Anyway, it's the Swifties are brutal. Hey, I'm telling you, I like her. Anyway, we'll move on to something else where we can agree. All right, poetry for the modern age. I'll tell you this. I'm not going to talk too much more about Taylor, but I write some of my own songs when I play on the guitar. I like doing that. I understand some of the intricacies and what's at play with songwriting and how complicated and how beautiful it can be, and the play on words and the rhyme and the just how difficult it can be to write a good song, because it's very rare to find somebody who can write a good song. But that said, I think the class would be better suited in the music genre, like the music. Like people who are getting a degree in music, as opposed to just like a upper graduate level English class. All right, let's see. Don't let the Swifties bully you. I love the Swifties. They're amazing. What a great fan base that is willing to mobilize very quickly. They're incredible. I think there's something to be studied there. She has a doctorate in writing. Well, then I'm going to have to eat my words. Supreme Court decision is out. It's a 9-0 verdict. Very unusual these days. Mike, is it a political verdict? We can't quite go in the political stuff. Anyway, let me get everything set up for today's feed. If you give me just 1 second. I don't want that one there. I want. Yeah, I do. I do want this one there. Okay. That one's set up. I need to get rid of this. Okay. All right. I think we're about set up. That one goes here. That sound is off. I'm just reassembling my studio. which this weekend is going to be a nightmare because I'm taking everything apart. I think I'm taking everything except for that computer with me to do this gig. What time does court start? Court starts in, they should be there in less than half an hour. So we should have a feed going here soon. But it depends when the jurors all get there and when the judge calls them in. So it could be a little bit longer than that. Let's see. Hi from Ireland. It's been a while since I've been here, but glad to be back. Ray, welcome. Good to have you here. The judge is always late, and part of the problem is we're basing our time based on what she tells the jury to be there, and I think that she wants the jury there ahead of when she actually wants to start. So it's a bit of a problem that way as well. Let's see. That one off 6. Counter's good at 384. Okay. All right. What do we have here? Melanie Ann Plan says, for one of my undergraduate writing courses, we compared Shakespeare lambic pentameter to Eminem's use of it in Lose Yourself. It was a fun assignment. Oh, sorry. Is it iambic? Not lambic. I just got a call. Hang on. See if this one comes in.
Call from Nosy Rosie.
Good morning, Nosy Rosie. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I am doing well. I'm just waking up. Seriously, I'm hoping my wife does run to the store and gets me Mountain Dew because this water is not going to cut it today.
Mrs. R. No, it is going to cut it because we have drama going today. If Seth takes that chair today, it's going to be fire. And I watched several of his interviews. He's shady. He's so shady.
Maybe that'll show up. That'll show up today.
So I have a question about the immunity that Sarah has, and I've heard that Seth also has immunity. Do you know if he does or not?
I bet he does. They both cooperated fairly early on, and if he's testifying, it's probably part of his deal. So basically, as long as he tells the truth and answers all their questions, he can't say, I don't want to talk about that. I plead the fifth. He can't do that. He has to tell the truth and answer the questions in court. Then they're not going to charge him, and they're not going to charge Sarah.
So now these immunity deals would also be kind of contingent on the Alec case as well, right?
Yes, it's going to be both. They're going to have to talk in both cases.
So that means they have to really watch their little testimonies. Watching. Did you watch the interview with the one where Seth was with Sarah and the investigator together? He did not want to leave Sarah alone, and it's almost like
was this was on the scene or at the police station?
This was no. This was on scene, and whenever it was almost as if when he was away from, if Sarah was talking to an investigator and he wasn't there, he hurried up whatever he was doing to get over to where Sarah was. And when Sarah would speak, he would kind of interject. It was just, I don't like it. I have
that's not a good look.
Theories.
I might have to put on my tinfoil hat while we watch that. If it comes in.
Yes. And there was this weird, flirty, he gave me ick. And I'm like, it stinks just like that outhouse. Just icky. Ew. So anyways, I'm just like, okay, I want to see their testimonies. They're going to have to match.
Yes,
both trials.
They do. And I think that's why they're being very careful with their answers.
Now, I think that the woman defense attorney should cross Seth, because I don't think that she takes as much of the bullying. And I think Mr. Bowles, I think he's a great cross-examiner, but he's passive. And I think that the female, she's not intimidated. And that's just my opinion. And that's it. Like everyone else, I got one of those.
Yep. You mentioned something that reminded me of the thumbnail, so I'm going to go ahead and put that up here. Oh no! Hang on. I don't have the latest thumbnail. Just one second. I'll get this We get this fixed. Here it goes. Latest is coming up right now. There we go. We added a hat. So Miss Pickle, is now wearing the Heisenberg, the Breaking Bad hat is what it is.
Yes. Okay, your little tax shelter, as much as I love it, it looks weird there. Is there any way to shrink it and kind of almost move it straight up in between those two? Is that what's called a butte? You know what I'm talking about?
So like straight ahead of the helicopter on that flat area?
Well, you could, no, kind of in between. So it looks kind of like the bird. You know what I'm talking about? There's a bird, and then there's a space, and then there's another. So if you just literally moved it straight up, kind of in the sky.
And smaller.
You know, yes. And then it wouldn't look so kind of weird there. That's just, again, my opinion. And it seems like I got a lot of them this morning.
I might need, I wanted that one because it looks like, it's an actual tent, and it's hard to see a tent as a tent from any other angle. You sort of have to show the door and the flap. And I just don't know where to put it to make it look good. I could probably shrink it down a little bit and maybe...
We lost you on screen, by the way.
Yeah, I was hiding so you could see the cart. The cart does have a suit of armor. We have the dummy over there, the silver, the pocket.
Oh, yes.
The pepper, hatch chili, green chili pepper.
Right. Okay, well, I'm going to give someone else an opportunity to call. I'm not going to be a hogger.
All right.
Have a great day.
Thanks, Nosy Rosie. Good talking to you.
In chat.
We'll see you.
All righty. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, we might work on that a little bit. I feel like I'm missing something. Let's see. Melanie Ann says, homesick from work today, but looking forward to the state potentially rest this afternoon. What are the odds of that happening? I think that's pretty good. We've been staring at a campfire whilst a blazing wildfire is raging behind us. Are you down in Texas? Hello? They're all on fire down there. Melanie Ann says, one of my undergraduate writing courses, we compared Shakespeare, iambic pentameter to Eminem's use of Eminem's use of it in Lose Yourself. It was a fun assignment. I also like some of what Eminem does with his lyrics. It's very interesting. I'm not a big fan of all of them, and a lot of them are quite crude and crass, and those are not as big a fan for me, but he is gifted in interesting ways. All right, where are we? We're back here. I feel like my brain's still asleep, guys. I apologize. I'm up and my body's moving, but the rest of me, like the part that thinks, is still laying down in bed sleeping. All right. Seth stole film service company's inventory where he worked and moved to Georgia to open his own store. Was he ever charged for that, or is that an allegation? I don't know. Lack of sleep made you reread the same message. It's one of the less worse things that's happened due to lack of sleep. Do you need a box with strange writing on it and spell like dummies? We've got the dummy, like the crash test dummies in the back of the cart. That's how we represent the dummy ammo. Yes, in Texas. Hope that fire. I heard that the weather's getting a little bit better for the firefighters. I like M&Ms. Does that count? Should. Imagine RA rapping. I don't rap very well. I have poor timing and little skill. And between the two of them, it's not a good mix. Yeah, I'm not a coffee person, but Mountain Dew does the trick for me. It's in a lawsuit online. Is it still pending? Add a clapperboard. Ooh. Where would we put the clapperboard? Let me think that one through. Because it needs to be sitting somewhere, either on the ground or something. I'm not sure if I can listen. Oh, I know I can't listen to that one on the air, but RA needs to rap for us one day. Ashley, you say that now, but I can change your mind really quickly. Mama Smith says, trying to send my member milestone, but it keeps giving me an error message. Mama Smith, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Welcome. You've got at least 3 months in, and thank you very much. I love that. Can't wait for Seth. We're getting close. We actually have a little bit of video. It's coming out from the courtroom. We're just looking at the wall, but let me go ahead and get everything set up so you can see that too. Let's see. Let me work. Let's see. Camera 3 is going to be this one today. Wait for it. Not live yet. Okay, what's camera 7? Nope. This is camera 7. Refresh this guy. Okay, we'll have video for you shortly, but it's not pulling up yet. I know what I forgot. Is the creative bee here? Debbie, are you here? I need to get with you to see if we can get Danny on direct one of the amazing plaques you make, because I think 10,000 for her is a huge. I mean, it's amazing. You saw how happy. I think she would love something like this. So let me get with you, Debbie, if you're here. The creative bee, because you make these at your Etsy shop, and I just need to know how to. Yes, Debbie, you're here. Okay, I need to get with you so I can order one of these for Danny. Let's see, have you watched Psych? I swear I just heard. Wait for it. I think I have watched Psych, but I can't remember it right now. It's the guy that solves crimes using his superpower brain or whatever. She's an epic good lawyer. She's a lot of fun. She's really fun. She's not afraid of some of the words that that we don't use here. But yeah, it's good fun. Okay, I'll get with Debbie. I think you've sent me a text, right? Let me see. Yep, I gotcha. Okay. I will I'll get you offline. All right. Where are we at? Let's get some video going here. No, court has not started yet. It's still very quiet. No sound. I'm using the wrong mouse. My brain is just not with it yet. Where's that mouse? There it is. All right, let's jump here so you can at least see the wall. Box 2 is going to be 7.
Have them send someone with more experience.
And we have audio. Okay, Pamper Glamper, you're here. Welcome. A little Pickles Not Politics magnet would be awesome. I think we have one somewhere. I'll have to look and see if we have that. My first subscription I ever bought. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Thank you for all you do and make such a safe place for us, Scott. Denise Feldman-Ersland, thank you so much. 14 months. One of the OGs for sure. Thank you. Great to have you here. I'm worried I'm going to fall asleep and like literally just snore. Just snore through this afternoon or something. And we remember the old Charlie's Angels. Each had toilet. We have the outhouse. We have the outhouse on there already, Pale Rogue, so it's represented. And since it's an old Western, I thought it would be better as an outhouse than like a truck, a portaloo. See, hey, what happened with the guy? I forget his name. The one you have the soundbite for more experience. That's Mr. Farag, Renee. That's Mr. Farag up in Washington. Had an interesting. Actually, I got contacted by a witness from a trial over the weekend. A trial that we've covered, and I'm not gonna share the details of the trial because I don't want to out them. They don't watch it all. They haven't watched any of the show, but they contacted and said, "Hey, I'd like you to remove all my video. I want you to take my face, my name, everything out." I'm like, "You're the one that filed, the complaint," and it was an interesting situation. I mean, the case, and I sort of replied nice, and I said, "Look, here's what I can do," and I said I want to keep it up because of XYZ reasons, and we agreed. so I'm keeping it up. I'm not taking it down. Like, this is public record, right? It's public record. You go to court, you testify against somebody. We're going to have access to that. So anyway, I did. I have taken some things down before, just out of respect for people, but and it was a unique situation. But Tucker's motion to dismiss is today. TNC, that is awesome. I don't know if we're going to have anything in the courtroom. I don't know how that's going to go. We might need somebody to update us if they have connections that way. We'll see what the new judge does, because this is a new judge, and I think it will be handled very. I think the court case at least will go differently. What's allowed in, how it's going to be different than the first one. It's not just going to be a rinse, wash, repeat. We covered Lori Daybell in Arizona. Possibly we have some other things. I got approved to be on media for 2 trials. Well, 2 trials, but one of them promptly fell away. We're trying to get cameras in the courtroom for the what the hails stuff that's going on, but that just got moved to a different court. So we're going to see if that's a possibility or if it just goes away altogether. But they finally granted my access the same day. They said, "Oh, here you go." And by the way, it's canceled today. so that was we got granted that one. We also got granted media access to the upcoming Bachelor paternity thing out of Maricopa County, which is a little wild. I mean, it's very wild. So that's going to be a very interesting case as well. I might be the pool photographer for that one. I've been talking with the court. They've asked me if I want to do that, and I told them I'll get back to them for sure. Otherwise, we'll see. Because I know that case is going to have a lot of public interest because it is sort of like a celebrity in court. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. 3. Show me 3. Kid's running outside the window. You can hear him. Apparently he's still pro se. Well, he's learned the ropes. He's been through this trial once already. So he has all his ducks in a row. Yes, the second Lori Daybell trial is in Arizona. The first one was in Idaho. I did order over the weekend more HDMI cables. I need 17 HDMI cables for what I'm doing next weekend of various lengths, up to about 20 feet. And I've got 3 different HDMI splitters. I think the mail just arrived. Let's see if my son just arrives with the mail. What is the What the Hales case? I already said it was covering. It's a like a restraining order case. What the Hales, if you don't know, What the Hales is a YouTuber that or a family that buys storage units and then flips the items and sells the items on different platforms, and they have been ridiculously successful, very successful, both in what they do in their job. I mean, they've found some crazy stuff and made some really good money flipping these abandoned storage units, and they've also been extremely successful on YouTube, and they've got a huge following. I believe they're over 1 million subscribers on YouTube, and they had some super fans that turned into stalkers, which is scary, is super, super scary. And they ended up, because they shared a lot of information about where they bought some property down in Florida, in Levy County, the super stalkers found out that there was some land across the street from them, and they bought that and moved in across the street, and it's turned into, they're not fans anymore. They're now fighting. And they're trying to get money from the Hales, and according to the allegations. And now there's restraining orders back and forth, and the Hales, their channel's named What the Hales, okay? Because they play a little differently. Like there's a middle finger carving involved, like a full-size carving of a middle finger, a lot like my trees. He did that, but he carved the middle finger. It's a lot of stuff going on, and it's a little bit crazy. And the judge in that case specifically was like a loose cannon, and so that's why we're trying to get access in there. And we'll see, 700,000 followers. Okay, so it's a ton. They're going to be 1 million soon. It's gonna be good. Oh, my wife just left in the car. I think she's headed to go get Mountain Dew. I hope. Anyway, so lots of things going on. Court is about to start. Finally, we're any minute now. We're going to have that for you. Let's see. Did you guys see Hannah come in? I think she did. Let's see. We have Sevens live right now. So. Never meet your heroes is the moral of the story. Yes. Anyway, crazy cases, stuff coming up all over the place. I've been busy both with demoing the bathroom and then Adam, this is hilarious, and also trying to line up what's happening with court as we're trying to line up what's happening this summer. Working a little bit with Megan Fox on both of those last two I told you about. We've been talking with her about those. She may be going out to the Maricopa County one, and we might partner with her as far as video access goes to see how that works. So we're excited for that. The umbrella guy. I've never even talked to the umbrella guy. I mean, I know him from back in the Johnny Depp trial days, but that's it. Tell her to pick up 2,800 Mountain Dews. 900 now. Yes, but we'll need just a few to go around. Do we mention Chad Daybell starts on April 1st? Like, haha, April Fools. Yeah, that's going to be crazy. Really, really wild. Let's see. Did we get any mail? Did I get any packages? Oh, bummer. They're supposed to come today. All right, we have moments, just mere moments before everything's up and running. It's 10:32. Cameras are live. Megan's done good work in that case. She has, and we've talked about that, and I talked about what I can do with my media company side. I'm probably going to be getting her some equipment, some hardware, to, if nothing else, to capture that, and so we can have that available. Ivan's waiting for his package. He got his package. It arrived over the weekend. I was late sending it, and I apologized. The package that arrives to me, I ordered 5 more HDMI cables. That's all. When is Treehouse starting again? Are you going to cover it? Allie B, if if it's out there, I want to cover it, but I think there's going to be like a hearing here this week on that, if it doesn't start this week. Did you know fire trucks are actually water trucks? Yes, they are. Have you ever talked to the firemen about the water trucks? Okay, let me say, for anyone who's ever towed a trailer that has a container of water on it, it's not fun, right? And so for the water in the fire truck to not like slosh back and forth and tip the truck over as they go around corners, because all that water tipping on one side can really throw off the center of gravity. They have all these weird like baffle systems in place in the fire truck, in the tank, to keep the water like separated, and it's really cool how they do it. And the firemen love to talk about it if you ever get a chance to ask them about it. All right. Man and his cables. I have so many cables. I honestly, I almost felt bad buying more HDMI cables, because I've got 10. I've got 10 right here. Okay, and then I've got more. I've got cables everywhere. I'll show you my cable carrier one of these days. Maybe before lunch we might do that. I think he's going to open it on air, which is going to be quite interesting. Mr. Opatorso says, the nice thing about LawTube is you will find the lawyers who work for you. There's a lot of different personalities to hear from, but the info is usually solid and it's individual state legal quirks. This is 100% correct. The state legal quirks. This is why when you pass the law, the bar exam, you get licensed in one state instead of all of them. Oh, the mailman's back. The mailman came and he dropped some stuff off, and now I think he's back dropping off more stuff, which I'm okay with, because they might be in my packages. All right. Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. All right. I'm ready for court to begin. It's going to be good. I mean, unboxing HDMI cables is not super exciting, but they're 8K. I mean, they're HDMI 2.2. They're good cables. I like them. My cousin is a captain firefighter in Springfield. He has crazy stories. However, he only talks about it if you ask him, because he doesn't bring it up on his own. Nikki comes in with the morning dad joke. What kind of dog does magic? A labracadabrador. Nice. Very nice, Nikki. Several years ago, my cousin rescued Jesse Spencer in Chicago, Illinois, from a stuck elevator. I'm in Mountain Dew withdrawal. It's pretty bad. I am barely awake. What are we covering next? I think we're going to go to the Microsoft murder trial, if that's going forward. If you have timestamps in chat up on, you're probably on the Chrome, I'm guessing, up on the three little dots at the top. You can click those three dots and you can make them go away. Of course, I can't because my mouse is not working, but Do we know if we're getting Seth Kenney on the stand today? I hope we are. We've been teased with that all trial long. Microsoft murder is the dad was shot and killed in an ambush style situation at night on a road they knew he was going to be driving on, apparently, and his kids were in the truck, like young kids. But it was they're charging his ex-wife and her boyfriend, I think. Ronald Rogers, thank you very much for the super chat. Welcome. Any chance you'll ever get closed captioning? Angie, I can do it, but the problem is it requires a long delay, like a minute delay between when I say it and when you hear it. And so, like when you just asked that question and I responded, imagine it being another minute before I read your question. And then I respond, and then if you type something in response to that, it's another minute. It makes conversations very, very difficult because the software that automates the closed captioning is extremely slow. What's happening with Sarah Boone? It's moving forward later this summer.
Bring the jury.
Wallflower, who has a birthday? Is that tomorrow? Daughter-in-law has a birthday tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll need her name, and make sure you join early so we can get that.
When are we going to break for lunch?
You know what music I almost never play on this? It's this one. No, but that's not it. It's this one. Whoa, that was loud. I almost never play that one. It's not really yoga. It's not really sentencing. It's just upbeat music. It's an intro and outro music. Get your motor running. Be Kind Tiger, happy birthday on Saturday. Happy birthday. Okay. Oh, my wife is back. Okay, this was a short trip. I think she went to the store. I really do. I think she went to the store, guys. We might have Mountain Dew, which would be wonderful. Okay, let's refresh this one. Okay, still waiting for court. Nothing is happening. No sound yet. It's turned up in case you hear it. Well, if it happens, you'll hear it. Let's put it that way. Make sure audio's going the right place. It is going through HDMI. We're good. All right. My tummy's grumbly. It didn't like the water. It wants Mountain Dew. It's revolting. How's your date with Mrs. R.A.? Great. Other than that, after the date, then we have toilet tear out fun all weekend. I'm serious. I'm waiting for the door to open, and then we can. If she doesn't bring it, I'll be like super depressed. I'll be super depressed. Oh, I hear her. Here we go. She's not coming in. E-Murph, welcome. New puppy, that's always fun and challenging. Court was supposed to start, well, the judge says to be there. Somebody's coming. The judge says to be there at 8:30, which is 10:30 Eastern time. But then, she doesn't do anything until for half an hour. So in the next 10, 15 minutes. Why don't you ask her? Well, then if, I don't know, would I be more depressed if she didn't, if she just went to like drop somebody off for a class or something? Troy, it's bad. It's really bad. I think my hands are shaking in anticipation. How can you hear her through the headphones? Neezy, these are called open back headphones, meaning they don't seal sound out. So I can hear like if I'm snapping my finger, I can hear that through my headphones, even if the mic was turned off. Play the dum 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 music. Which one is that? The not this one. I hope we don't have to play that one. This one? Yes, Rosie, this one. Okay, I'm gonna call my wife. Hang on. Guys, I'm gonna be so sad. Sean, no. 100% waste. They did not change the wall. It's staying the same. My salesperson is awful. Oh my goodness. Well, at least we have court. At least we have court. We have court, and we have a little green bottle. We have a little green bottle of goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We have to kill the music because court showed up. Okay, would you have time for a little ASMR? Sean, I'm sorry. That 4-hour drive was awful. Uh-oh. Why am I getting beeps? I should not be getting beeps. No, probably because my mail is open. I'll fix that.
All right, you may be seated. Call your next witness.
State calls Karen Kuhn.
Okay, we've got audio we need to fix. Karen Kuhn.
Stand before the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone. Thank you.
Ma'am, state your full name for the record.
Karen M. Kuhn.
And how do you spell your last name?
Kuehn.
How are you currently employed?
I am a stills photographer on film sets and sometimes a wrangler.
What does a stills photographer do on film sets?
We document scenes, behind the scenes, and do gallery work and specials for billboards, posters, whatever the production needs.
Okay. Were you employed as the stills photographer on the set of Rust?
Yes.
And if you recall, can you estimate for us approximately how many photographs you took during the time that you were working on Rust? Do you have any idea?
Maybe 9,000.
Okay.
About 2,000 a day at the most, probably.
That is crazy. That's a ton of pictures. I mean, some of you would be like, no, that's normal. But.
Well, before you came in today, did you have an opportunity to review one of the photographs that you took?
I did.
Okay.
We're going to get the audio fixed. Give me just a second.
I am going to ask the court to admit State's Exhibit 165. I believe there's no objection.
No objection. All right, thank you. 165 is admitted. You may publish.
Yes. It's off.
Oh, did it go off?
Yep.
Are you saying it?
went off again here. I can turn if you want.
No, you're fine. But these guys will take care of it. I'm not. I never do.
Everybody's coming up to
Yes.
work the machine.
Ma'am, do you recognize this photo?
I do.
Is that a little better?
Can you tell us the date that this photo was taken?
I believe it was on the 15th.
Of what month?
October.
And would that have been 2021?
Yes.
And do you recognize this person here?
Yes, that's Hannah.
Okay. And who's this person here?
Alec.
And why were you taking this photo?
I just shoot a lot, and I think the behind the scenes is really interesting, what's going on. So they're having a conversation about what's about to happen. And
okay.
That's it.
Do you know what this is in Ms. Gutierrez's hand?
It looks like the gun belt. I'm guessing for Alec.
Okay.
Or a bandolier, one of those.
Okay.
I see a gun in it.
All right. I'm going to zoom in on this photo.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yes.
When you look at, well, tell us what's in that gun belt.
Ammunition and a gun.
And do you notice anything about the center primers of the ammunition that's in that belt?
One is silver and quite different from the other 4.
All right. And that was October 15th, you said, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll
Thanks.
pass the witness.
I forgot about the counter. That was a quick witness.
Can I leave this here? And you can use it. You can set things on it if you want. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Kuhn.
Good morning.
Is it true that you were budgeted for 5 days of work for the entire show?
Yes.
Okay. And were you ever tasked with taking any pictures of guns pointing into the camera?
Yes.
Who made you take pictures of guns pointing into the camera?
One of the junior producers, Ryan Smith, emphasized that I should get as many shots of guns pointed into the camera as possible.
Okay, so then you were told to do this on many occasions?
Maybe twice.
When those photos are taken of guns pointing into the camera, are they actually pointed at you, directly at you then?
When it's the gallery shoot, yes, and those guns have to be checked by the armor before, which I trusted was happening because she was nearby.
When filming in New Mexico, did it appear to you that Alec Baldwin was the boss?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody tell Alec Baldwin no?
No.
And in terms of the structure, did it appear that other producers were below him?
Yes.
Did you see other producers on the set frequently?
Yes.
How frequently did you see other producers on set?
Pretty much every day I was there.
Were the other producers sometimes even in some of the photos that you were taking?
Yes.
You had to Photoshop them out?
No, I don't do Photoshop.
Okay. What about Gabrielle Pickle? Did it appear to you like, well, first, did you have interactions with Gabrielle Pickle?
Very little, just the initial deal.
Did it appear to you, in your perception, that the budget was a major concern to Gabrielle Pickle?
That's her job. She's the line producer, I believe, and so she has to come in according to whatever the budget is.
Okay. Do you recall believing that she was trying to be cheap, to cheap everybody down?
On the lower tier, lower budget shows, that's what they all do.
And that's what you observed from Gabrielle Pickle in this show?
I didn't get involved with her about everybody else's deal, just my deal, and I just made a deal with her, and that was it.
Okay, but I'm trying to get at your perception of her and whether, in fact, I'm not sure if you're quite answering. Did you believe that she was cheap?
I don't have an opinion.
Cheap.
Do you remember testifying or making statements about your opinion of her previously where you said she was cheap?
Well, that was the nature of this show. It was a low budget tier.
Okay, and I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about your opinion about Gabrielle Pickle and whether you once believed she was cheap.
I don't recall if I said that, then I said that.
Would it refresh your memory to look at a transcript of your pretrial interview in this case?
If I said it, then okay. I said it. I mean, that was the overall feeling with everybody. Everybody's always trying to get more money. That's just the way it goes.
Okay, thank you. Were you actually in the church at the time of the shooting incident in this case?
I was.
And do you recall ever seeing Hannah Gutierrez in the church at that time?
I do not. I saw her outside.
Would you agree with me that after lunch, right before the shooting, everybody on set was rushing to get the set all up and going?
I would agree with that.
Paracourt, welcome to the
I don't
gallery.
believe I have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Cheap.
Excuse me.
MCAT, welcome. 13
Ms.
months.
Kuhn, I want to ask you a couple questions about taking photos of guns pointed at the camera. You indicated that you thought that Ms. Gutierrez had checked the gun.
I believed so.
Got to fix this.
Let me ask you, did Ms. Gutierrez check the gun in your presence?
Not that I recall.
And how many movie sets do you think you've worked on that had armorers?
Over a dozen.
In your experience, does the armorer generally check the gun in the actor's presence or the assistant director's presence?
Yes.
Did that happen in this case?
I didn't see that. I also came into the church a little bit later.
And I'm not talking about inside the church. I'm talking about with you when you were taking those photos.
Right. I just don't recall. I wasn't paying attention to that. I was paying attention to just documenting what was going on.
Well, would you recall if Ms. Gutierrez showed you the dummy rounds and shook them for you when she put them in the gun?
I would recall that, but I don't.
Okay. So is it your testimony that that did not happen?
I don't know. I don't know if she checked them. It's not my job.
She didn't check them in front of you?
No.
It's not my job.
Understood. Was Ms. Gutierrez present for those close-up shots of guns pointed at the camera?
She was nearby. We were in a very small space outside of a barn for a gallery shoot, and I asked her to check everything, and I trusted that she did that, and I was inside and working with the talent on those days, and that space is probably 20 by 30, very small. You can't have a lot of people in there.
Okay. You were asked some questions about Ms. Pickle and the budget.
Mm-hmm.
Do you generally work on movies in the state of New Mexico?
Yes.
You live in New Mexico, right?
Yes.
And are a lot of films that are made in New Mexico low-budget movies?
It's a mix. It's a mix.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge about New Mexico tax incentives and how that happens with regard to different tiers of movies?
Not enough to talk about, but I know
Okay.
they get a discount if they hire our local crew, which we appreciate.
Okay, of course, understood. On October 21st, 2021, when you were inside the church, and I'm talking about shortly before the incident where Ms. Hutchins was shot, were you paying close attention to Ms. Gutierrez and what she was doing?
No, I was paying attention to Alec because he was handling a gun. As I walked in the church, I thought, there's some shots happening, photographs. So I kind of went right in to get some photos of him, and then he pointed at me to get out of the way and out of his personal space.
Okay.
He pointed at me. That's how he directs you out. Move. We've heard that from a couple people.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you very much.
Next witness.
She does this
State
a ton.
calls Marisa
Robin.
Popel.
You're right. Marisa Popel is back.
Thank you.
Hang on. Marisa Popel we've had her before. She's the one that talked about the ammunition, the bullets. They had her on reserved, so let's bring her back. So this is round 2. First time we've seen the same witness twice in this court.
Stand before the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a seat, talking to the microphone.
This will most likely be short testimony.
Sorry,
just to
I
get
didn't
something
realize
they
we were
missed.
still presenting on the screen. Well, let's leave it on for now that I've figured out what's going on.
They are wrapping
Ms.
up.
Popel,
You
good
can
morning.
tell the
How are
state's
you?
wrapping up.
Good, thank you.
Thank you for returning to answer some additional questions. I would like to show you a series of photographs, and I believe there is no objection to these photos.
Are they new exhibits?
They are exhibits.
All right.
And the photos are going to be 166 through 173.
All right. There's no objection to their admission?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
That makes it
You're
quick.
admitted. You may publish.
Okay. Ms. Popel, do you see that photograph there that's on your screen, and I'm showing you State's Exhibit 166?
Yes, I do.
What is that a photo of?
This is a photo of dummy rounds that were removed from a box that was located in the prop truck, and then they were laid out on brown paper and rephotographed.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 48A. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that, and how does it relate to the photo that we just looked at?
These are those same rounds while they were still in the foam insert.
And are these the rounds that came out of the box that had the blue Sharpie writing on the label?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 167. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a box of live rounds that were collected from PDQ.
And is one of them dissimilar than the others?
Yes, in the bottom corner, one of them has a silver primer.
You talking about this one over here?
Yes.
Was that the only live round with a silver primer that you found at PDQ?
No.
I didn't see which one. I can't see it.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 168. Tell us how this photograph relates to the previous photo, this one here, 167. What's 168?
These are those same rounds removed from the box and laid out.
Do you know which of these has the silver primer?
It would be one of the rounds that's by itself.
One of these over here?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the shape of the projectile, is the shape of the projectile similar to the live rounds that were found on the set of rest?
No.
Is the head stamp of the round, and in fact, let's move to State's Exhibit 169. Is that a close-up of that live round?
Yes.
Is the head stamp of this live round the same as the head stamp of the live rounds from the set of rust?
No.
What says AP on it?
State's Exhibit 170. What are we looking at here?
These were additional rounds that were located at PDQ that had silver and color primers.
And are the head stamps the same as the live rounds found on the set of rust?
No.
State's Exhibit 171. What's this?
This is a top view of those same live rounds located at PDQ with the silver primer.
Is the projectile shape the same as the live rounds that were found on the set of rust?
No.
It's called a semi-wad cutter shape.
The live rounds with silver primers that came from PDQ, how many did you find?
There were, I'm sorry, say that one more time.
How many live rounds at PDQ with silver primers did you discover and photograph?
10.
10 out of all of them?
Yes.
Okay. And have we looked at all of them this morning?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 172. What is this?
This is the outside of a ammunition box that was located in Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
And based on your experience in this case, do you know what kind of ammunition that box contained?
This contained blank rounds.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 173. What is this?
This is the outside of an ammunition box that was located on top of the cart.
And what kind of ammunition was inside this box?
There were blanks inside this box.
I'm going to show you what is previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
The box that we just looked at, can you tell us where it is on the cart?
Yes, it's off to the side.
Is it this one right here?
Yes, where your cursor is.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
They're moving fast. I think Seth's coming up very soon.
Cross-exam.
This actually is they're trying to prove that the live rounds that were at PDQ are very different from the live rounds that were on the set. I'm not sure if it really proves anything or not, but that's where we are. So they're all these were admitted. So I'm not sure why she would have a problem with them now, because he agreed to letting her have all these pictures in. So
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Ms. Popel, so you testified earlier you all found 10 live rounds, and that was in the search that occurred approximately 1 month after the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
So again, you have no idea what happened in the month in which went by that you all weren't there to search, right?
Correct.
There it is.
Now, State's Exhibit 4, you testified at the end, you looked at that exhibit and told the jury where that box was on the card. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, it's also been your prior testimony, is it not, that you put that box back on the cart from Benavidez's vehicle. Is that right?
No.
Okay. Was that box there before?
Yes.
Okay. So that wasn't one of the 2 boxes that were removed from Benavidez's vehicle and put back on?
Correct. Those were placed in a brown paper bag and secured in the scene.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may approach to show some exhibit. Now I'm going to show you first what's marked as Exhibit Q, Defense Q, and ask if you recognize that.
Yes, I recognize it.
Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move Defendant's Q into evidence.
No objection to any of these.
All right, defendants, you want to just...
Thank you, counsel. So then I will move in, Your Honor, defendants R through D as well.
R through what?
D as in David. It goes all the way through R through Z, and then AA, BB, CC, and DD.
Lots of pictures coming in.
All right, so
Speaking to the mic.
Q
says
through
George.
Z, and then AA, BB, CC, DD.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted, you may publish.
They're getting along today. Maybe the weekend was nicer to them than it was to me. George sets up Elmo.
Okay, so this is touchscreen.
Don't break it,
ma'am.
Mr.
First
Bowles.
I've got defendant's Q, and I want to show you that picture.
Move that microphone closer to you.
Oh, yeah. Ms. Popel, defendant's Q, can you tell the jury what that photograph is?
This was a photo of dummy ammunition that was located at PDQ.
Now, when you say it was dummy ammunition, did you send these to the FBI lab?
No, we did not.
And did you actually seize those and take them to the sheriff's office?
No.
So you took a picture and you concluded they were dummies without getting lab confirmation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I want to show you next defendant's S. And what is that picture?
I believe this was I'm sorry. I believe this was a box of, you know what, I can't determine it out of context, I apologize.
Okay. But this was something you took at PDQ Props?
I couldn't determine it out of context, I apologize.
Okay. It's okay.
I've over 2,000 photographs, and
Sure.
mostly of ammunition, so.
Defendant's T, can you tell the jury what that is?
This was the outside of the box where live rounds were located at PDQ.
Defendant's W, can you tell the jury what this is?
It's sideways.
Could you turn the photo?
Sure. Yeah, that'd be easier.
Thank you. This was boxes of ammunition that were located at PDQ.
It sounds like you printed this on regular printer paper instead of like the photo paper.
Hey, defendant's DD, can you tell the jury what that photo is?
This was another photograph taken at PDQ.
Did you, is this in the state it was in when you, obviously when you got there for the search?
Yes.
What are those items in the back? They're yellow and green.
Those are
you see at the
hex
very
wrenches
top right?
for taking apart guns.
What are those things?
I'm not sure, some form of tool.
Did you inspect that tool at all to find out what it was?
I believe that Sergeant Zook assisted with that aspect.
Were there any rounds in this picture?
I see a shotgun shell possibly.
If you could move it up, just because my portion has lettering underneath it.
Sure, yeah.
There were rounds on the table, yes.
So there is, and just to describe, there's rounds laying in a mix of all kinds of stuff. I don't even know what to call it. Is that clutter? Would that be a good word?
There were a large amount of items on the table.
Okay. What is the green cans? What are those?
I don't recall what the green cans were.
Okay. And what is that brown canister in the middle, or whatever that is, a box?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
It's the big black box in the middle.
This thing right here?
The black box that's there, I don't recall what it was.
Did you all pick up these and look under them? Pick up the clutter and look under it?
Yes, items were moved.
Okay. So if you found anything under it, can you tell us what that was?
Nothing located underneath it was collected by us.
Okay. What are those manuals in the top right? Did you look at those?
I don't recall what those manuals were.
Did you determine whether there was any equipment or other tools within the PDQ props?
If there were tools?
Equipment, first of all, like machines?
I don't recall there being machines. I mean, there were some miscellaneous tools.
Okay. Do you know what a reloading machine is?
I know what it is, yes.
Okay. I want to show you defendant's U. Again, I'm going to show you those items I was talking about, the yellow and green, and seeing those closer, does that refresh your memory as to whether you might have seen what those were?
It does not. I did not inspect those items personally.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you again defendant's W. Do you remember seeing on any of these boxes that you looked through or inspected the JS initials?
Yes, multiple boxes had JS initials.
I'm going to show you defendant's V. Ma'am, what is this picture that we're looking at?
I don't recall exactly where this picture originated from.
I'm going to show you defendant's X. Can you tell the jury what this picture is?
These are more ammo boxes that were located at PDQ.
Now, did you find any written inventory system
like in
the paperwork that you might have inspected at this search?
I did not myself, no.
Did you determine whether there was any computerized inventory system that kind of cataloged where things were?
That I do not know.
I'm going to show you defendant's V. Better turn it right side up. Defendant's V, can you tell the jury what that is?
These were more ammunition boxes located at PDQ.
They're marked
Were you able to ascertain any type of system, just staring at everything, as to how these were arranged?
They seem to be arranged by ammo type.
And were they all kind of put in together? Did you ever see bags of rounds put in by boxes?
I don't recall.
I'm going to show you defendant's AA. Does that appear to be bags of rounds by boxes?
Yes.
Okay. So again, that was how it was when you took this picture at the search, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I have, let me see, Judge, just 1 second. Okay, Your Honor, I have no more questions.
So what benefit was that? Just to tell her she doesn't remember what the search found? Like they didn't do a thorough job?
Ms. Popel, when you were at PDQ, you were there pursuant to a search warrant, is that right?
Yes.
And did the search warrant let you take from that property anything you wanted to?
No, it had restrictions.
What were the restrictions of the warrant?
We were looking specifically for live ammunition in a .45 caliber.
Okay. 45 caliber live ammunition?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take all of the 45 caliber live ammunition from PDQ into evidence?
Yes.
Of all of the 45 caliber live ammunition that you took from PDQ, was any of it similar to the live rounds found on the set of Rust?
No.
I'm going to show you what was marked as Defendant's Exhibit Z. Were all of those boxes taken into evidence?
No.
Why not?
Because they did not contain .45 caliber live rounds.
I'm going to show you what is marked as Defendant's Exhibit AA. Do you see that?
Yes.
These bags of I'm a little reluctant to call them ammunition, but what appears to be at a minimum brass casings. Were those taken into evidence?
No.
Why not?
Because they were not .45 caliber live ammunition.
As you
Looks
look
like
at
Mr.
that
Bowles
photo,
might
do
have
you
a
know
question.
whether they were live ammunition at all?
He wants to try to squeeze in some
No, I
Greek
don't believe
cross.
they were.
Okay. I don't have anything further, thank you.
Let's see if he gets to ask
Your
a question.
excuse, thank you. Wait. Can I have this? I mean, keep them with Mr. Bowles.
The judge wants. What's everybody doing here? Mr. Bowles has something to talk about. They said approach. Mr. Fixit, thank you for your text. I got it. I responded. We might be in talks. All right. Wait, hear me out. Maybe it was super clean. But Seth messed it all up, so the investigation was harder. People have done stranger things. Unlikely, but a possibility. He had time after all. He did. And he probably, I mean, arguably, you could even say he had motive to make sure, he wasn't thrown under the bus on this one or not found liable. Because, I mean, what a way to kill your business. If somebody pointed the finger at Seth and said these live rounds came from PDQ, he's a provider of ammunition to, prop ammunition and blank ammunition. That'd be terrible. Seth won't have easy. No. It's going to be crazy. Let's see who's coming up next. I missed who this was.
Stand before the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Have a seat talking to the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ms. Smith, go ahead and state your full name for the record.
Rebecca Smith.
And Ms. Smith, in October of 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as Key Craft Services.
Was that on the set of Rust?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what Key Craft Services does?
Key Craft Services is basically a set mom. I show up and make sure that coffee is ready for everybody, that everybody has snacks and hydration. If they run out of sunscreen, if they run out of chapstick.
What a cool job.
And
I thought the chapstick was the medic.
what hotel were you staying at when you were working on the set of Rust?
The Inn at Santa Fe.
And was Ms. Gutierrez also staying there?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, set mom saw set kids doing things set
During
kids should do,
the time that the two of you were both working on the set of Rust, did you get to know her?
Know her? No. I had a chance to sit with her once or twice, but not really get to know her.
Okay. Would you say she was more of an acquaintance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Ms. Smith, were you present at the hotel the evening of October 21st, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point that evening, did you go to Ms. Gutierrez's hotel room?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Court and I forget what his name was, but the set steward were in her hotel room and needed to go to the store to get something and did not want to leave her alone, so they called me and asked me to come up to her room. Okay, and did you do that? Yes, ma'am.
And did you stay with Ms. Gutierrez for a little while?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at some point, did you leave?
Yes.
Did anything unusual happen when you left Ms. Gutierrez's room?
Yes, she asked me if I could hold on to something for her. I said yes. She put it in my hand, and I walked out as there was a knock on the door.
And after you left the room, did you look to see what she had placed in your hand?
Yes.
And can you describe, without making any assumptions about what it was, can you just describe what you saw in your hand?
Yes. It was a clear Ziploc baggie with a green small Ziploc baggie inside, and there was powder inside the green baggie.
What color was the powder?
White.
If I want you to compare this to like a sugar packet that you
It was definitely not sugar.
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Let me get my
look like sugar.
Let me
anyway.
get my question out.
Okay.
I want to have a discussion about how much was in the green part, and I want you to compare it to a sugar packet that you would open and put in coffee or tea.
Okay.
How many of those do you think it was?
Maybe 4 or 5.
Okay. And Ms. Smith, how old are you?
I'm 51.
And when you were a younger person, did you have an opportunity to use the drug cocaine?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a recovering addict.
Hey.
Are you familiar with
That's
what
awesome.
cocaine looks like?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the way that cocaine is packaged?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on that experience, what did you believe to be in the bag?
I believed it to be cocaine.
And what did you do with it?
I threw it in the hallway trash can before even going downstairs to my hotel room.
And why did you throw it in the hallway trash can?
Because, like I said, I am a recovering addict. I can't, first and foremost, have it in my possession. And second, I was really very offended, and I didn't want anything to do with the situation anymore.
Okay. After October 21st passes, did you receive any text message communications from Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes. Several.
And generally speaking, what was the theme of those messages?
I want my stuff back.
Other than the bag containing the green bag containing the white powder, other than that item, did you have anything else that belonged to Ms. Gutierrez?
No, ma'am.
Did you bring this information to the attention of law enforcement?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Like I said, I didn't want to be involved in the situation if I didn't have to be.
Okay. And how long after the incident do you think it was before someone reached out to you to talk to you about this?
I believe it was about September of 2023 when you contacted me about it.
And I personally called you?
Yes, ma'am. Texted, I believe it was.
Okay. And did you tell me on that day what you have testified to today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Prosecutor.
Be nice to stepmom, Mr. Bowles.
Ms. Smith, good morning.
Good morning.
Now, ma'am, that night when you went to Miss Gutierrez Reed hotel room, you were called over and Miss Gutierrez Reed was distraught, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were called over and there were, you could see she was visibly distraught, couldn't you?
Yes.
And didn't you say that you would stay with her that night and make sure she was okay?
I said I would stay with her for a little bit, yes, until court and the steward came back.
Okay. And at the time you left, had they gotten back?
No.
So before they got back, despite your word earlier, you left.
Yes.
Did Miss Gutierrez Reed also go to your room that night?
No.
Ooh.
Now, your testimony is that the last time you used cocaine was approximately 20 years old. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So that would have been, I think, 31 years ago?
Yes.
And since then, thankfully, you've been clean. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you have not seen that substance in 31 years. That's fair to say?
No, that's not fair to say.
Okay.
I have seen it, just not used it.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you believed it to be cocaine.
Yes.
And do you recall stating at one point that you said it could be cocaine or meth?
I don't recall saying that, no.
Okay, do you recall at your pretrial interview being asked the question, what was in those baggies? Inside the snack baggie was the green baggie. Inside the green baggie was a white powdery substance, which I knew to be cocaine, or I mean, it could have been meth or something too.
It could have.
Okay.
But I don't believe that it was, nor did I state that I believed it was. I just said that it could be.
And that was my question. I'm just asking if you said it could have been meth too.
Correct.
So, in reality, it could have been a number of other white powders. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Do you know what creatine looks like?
No.
Protein powder?
Yes, because I work in craft services.
Okay. And we could go through a whole list of items, but there's a lot of white powdered sugar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
yes.
correct? Okay.
It wasn't powdered sugar.
The reality is,
just put that out there.
You have a belief, but you don't know for certain what was in that bag, do you?
Correct.
Now, that was never tested?
No.
And that was never provided to law enforcement?
No.
How long did you hold that baggie before you threw it in the trash?
I didn't make it all the way down the hallway.
So, how many feet do you think that was that you walked?
I don't even know how many feet the hallway is long, so
can you look at the courtroom and estimate, just telling us?
Possibly to the distance of the gentleman in the blue suit.
Okay, is he seated
right
at counsel
here,
table?
yes.
So would you agree with me that's about 20, 25 feet?
Sure.
Okay. So you walked 20, 25 feet, and were you looking at that bag the whole time, or were you having it down by your side?
At first it was down by my side, and then I, of course, raised my hand to look.
Okay, now weren't you walking past some police officers too?
Men in uniform. Not sure whether they were police officers.
Well, what do the uniforms look like?
They could have been armed security. I did not see an actual badge, so I could not say for sure that they were police. They were men in uniform in either security or police.
Well, do you recall being asked the question, why didn't you just hand it back to her? And you said, because I didn't want to do anything in front of the police. On page 19 of your interview?
Yes.
So at that time at your interview, you indicated they were police.
I indicated that I believed that they were police, yes.
No, you didn't say believe. You said, because I didn't want to do anything in front of the police. So were they police or not?
I don't know.
So you walk down 25 feet, you look up at it, and then you throw it in the trash. Is that right?
I looked at it and then waited for the trash can, of course. I didn't throw it on the floor or anything, so I did have to wait for the trash can to be there.
Sure. So you, in fairness, you probably had 5 seconds to look at this bag. Is that about right?
Yes.
So you had a 5-second glance through a white baggie and a green baggie, and you then based your conclusion on that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you also said that you thought this was a weight, and you testify, well, I don't know what it weighed. I mean, could be an 8-ball, but I don't even know what an 8-ball weighs. So I mean, that's like asking me how much this weighs. I don't know. It's a couple of pounds. You want to see this?
No, I don't need to see it. What I was referring to was a body armor that I had already opened and taken a couple of drinks of, and I held it up and said, I don't know what this weighs. Maybe a pound or two. That was in reference to the body armor, not to the baggies.
Okay, well, in reality, in a 5-second glance, would you agree with me, you have no idea what the weight was?
Correct.
Okay. And you really, other than your guess, you have no idea for certain what was in that bag.
Correct.
So I think defense is probably
going
to get Hannah off on this charge. Body armor is like a Gatorade type drink.
Ma'am, last question. Do you recall in those text messages between you and Miss Gutierrez Reed, she at one point asked you back for her things? Plural?
Yes.
Okay. And so things is more than one, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Ms. Smith, have you ever seen powdered sugar packaged like that?
Never.
Have you ever seen regular sugar packaged like that?
Never.
Have you seen cocaine packaged like that?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about your contact with Ms. Gutierrez inside the room. Did you, when you were in there, in Ms. Gutierrez's room visiting with her, did you speak with her?
Yes.
Did she mention to you that she was extremely worried about Ms. Hutchins and Ms. Hutchins' death?
No, ma'am.
What specifically did she say to you when you were in her room with regard to any concerns that she had?
She was concerned about her career. She was concerned about being prosecuted because somebody got shot.
All right. Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ask one more question.
State's like,
Can we approach?
Can we approach? I want to know what the question is first. For him to be able to be allowed to ask another question, it has to be related to a new topic that's been brought up in the redirect that was not covered previously. So it can't just be restating something they elicited from this witness prior to this. So it looks like they'll allow it.
Ma'am, you were the one that told Miss Gutierrez Reed that night that Helena had passed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Your excuse.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Let me look at the list. Give me just 1 second.
Look at my list. Are we done? You gonna call Seth?
State will call Seth Kenney.
Seth it is. Seth's coming in. Yes, the charge that Hannah's facing related to the little baggie is tampering with evidence. So Seth Kenney is coming in right now. There he is. He's got the look of a producer. Look at the tousled hair, the unbuttoned shirt with the suit coat. George and bailiff number 2 are conferring. Seth is thinking, now, just chill out here with the reporters.
Rise.
Whoa, look at those stands. Holy cow. What are those stands? I've never seen those laptop stands for people to be able to type when they are standing, I guess. Jury's leaving. Are we getting a proffer? The much anticipated.
We're in recess. We'll once you get back here at 5 of, okay? Thank you.
Oh, we're taking a break. Just like that, we get a break, and Seth's like, well, I'll just wander out in the hall again. So morning break. Morning break. That came quickly. Well, I guess this morning's gone fast. It's already 11:40. Whose hand did he shake? The part of courtroom that he was in the media section, unless he was right at the front, and then there could have been a couple of the ladies that were there, probably with Alec Baldwin's team. Interesting. I don't get how the snow is in evidence. Tickled pink, it's really not. We've got the testimony of one woman, the set mom, who we just heard from, who let me see, what was her name one more time? Let me let's see, Keycraft Services set mom. There we go. Former addict, recovering addict. And Hannah handed her the baggie of snow. It was either snow or some other white powder. Might have been powdered sugar, might have been baking soda. Here's one, powdered milk. Everyone needs a little bit of powdered milk in case you don't have regular milk on hand and you just want to mix just a couple tablespoons with a cup just to make your own lukewarm powdered milk. That seems the most probable for me. Possible pixie dust as well. Hotel guest guy was supposed to say he smoked pot with her in a room, but defense wanted to keep that out. Yeah, something was going on, Brian. Something is going on with hotel desk guy going up to her room multiple times. Breaks come quickly when court starts late. Yes, this is what we've waited for. This is Seth Kenney, PDQ props owner. This is going to be spicy. I think it's going to be quite interesting. Look at how many times the defense has brought up this messy, the pictures, just the scattered stuff, the way that it appears that the search warrant was done, and it was like they looked at certain things and then they left. They definitely when you look at other search warrants in other cases, right? The police will tear everything apart. They'll make a mess. They'll dig through everything, and here it looks like they sort of just snooped, picked that up. Okay, nothing. Over there, nope. Do you guys see anything? Nope. We'll just take this one box and that's it. It seems like when they say search warrant, they're using the term quite loosely. See, I like these other suggestions that are coming in. Baby powder is an option. You never know when you need just a bit of baby powder on set. Corn flour, in case you need to make your own little like tortillas. Could have been anthrax, says Libby. There's one, thinking outside the box, Libby. I can't say I like it, but it's a possibility as well. Let's see, is your feed dropping? And I think that's on you. Is anyone else having trouble? I haven't seen anyone else have trouble with the feed. Do people on set know the word no? Hand me a baggie. No. I'm just not going to take that. Could have been salt. Like ground salt maybe. Like very fine salt. Fair Chair's like, hey guys, I can solve this one for you. It could have been Bisquick. Pancake mix. Kathy, yes. Make yourself a quick pancake, you know. Very easy to do. Just add water. Coffee creamer, still a strong favorite. It was definitely not powdered milk, says Stacy. White chalk powder. Sounds like something you could use on the set if you need to make dust. I mean, like, you know how like climbers, they chalk their hands. Could have been that. In case she was climbing around on the set and needed to chalk her hands. If you're looking for live ammo, they should have opened every single box, says Nicole. Muscle milk. Mm-hmm. Cornstarch. That's cornstarch and powdered milk. Very, very similar appearance, although with the cornstarch, you can make a non-Newtonian fluid with it. Have you ever done that? This is a fun project to do at somebody else's house instead of your own, just for the record, because sometimes it can get really messy, especially when it gets in the carpet. All right. Talc for when you got sand in your toes. Another one. Basically, that's baby powder, which is baking powder. Different. Instant breakfast vanilla. It's like chocolate milk mix, only whiter. Monkey butt. I think I even have some of that. If you don't know what monkey butt is, oh my goodness. Let me see if we can. This is a strong favorite. I might need like some Ziploc baggies. Do you have a green one? Can you grab me that right there? Nope. Okay, here we go. This is going to be good. Not a sponsor, by the way. Anti-monkey butt. Real product. Just like the picture says, it saves you from having a monkey's butt. And it could have been that. Do it. Mrs. R.A. just walked in. She's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Weezer, I like that idea. It's basically talcum powder. It's the same thing. It's, wouldn't it be gorilla butt, says Tisha. That's why I'm saying. That's why anti-monkey butt. It's talcum powder in a repackaged container. Let's see. Let's read the directions. I might need my bifocals to see this. Copyright Anti-Monkey Butt Corporation. Made in New Jersey, by the way. Sold by weight, not by volume. So this is like 1.5 ounces. How many 8 balls is that? How many 8 balls of, let's see. Ingredients: talc, calamine powder, fragrance. That's it. It's baby powder. Designed for monkeys. Let's see. Is this real? Weezer, good call on that one. It was Ajax. Doesn't Ajax have the little blue flecks in it still? That would be 12 8 balls. That's a lot. If the interior baggie was green, how could she be sure it was white powder without opening it? Wouldn't it have been green hue? Green hue. Hey, it could have been Kool-Aid mix. Could have been lime Kool-Aid. I guess we have to include all the green powders as well, which opens up all the protein mixes for those people that eat like ground up lawn clippings or whatever it is they make their breakfast out of. I'm not saying it's bad to do. I just have never been able to stomach it. Ice melter and bleach, possibly. Let's Let's see. Our family calls it swamp. Yeah, yes, that's it. Baking powder, moon dust, barkeeper's friend. Barkeep's friend. What is that? It sounds familiar, but I'm not aware of it. The soylent greens, yes. Lawn clippings. Oh, we haven't even talked about this. It could be something more morbid and a little bit more serious. It could have been ashes. The ashes of a former loved one or pet or something like that. Yeah, no wonder she wants it back. I wonder why the defense has not raised that possibility. Maybe she had a gerbil that passed on. Let's see. Recovery Addict, my mom just called me and said, if it was household powder, why would she want it back so bad? Haha, my response. Are you watching Recovery Addict? Shout out to Amber's mom. Hey, Mom, welcome. Corey says, we're joking, right? I mean, why would you need to hide protein powder or anything if that wasn't illegal? Definitely, it was drugs. Sean White says, it's someone's dandruff. That's not yum, yuck, Sean, but a possibility. Could have just been sand or rat poison. Grounded bones for voodoo. Now it's in the hotel trash. Barkeep's friend is like Ajax. It's a cleaning agent. Pixie straw dust. That's what it is. All right. The ashes of Hannah's career, says John. Ashes of her enemies. Ashes are not white or green. They are gray. Well, it was in a green baggie. So the tint, I think, is something we have to consider. We have to really open up the spectrum as far as the color of the substance inside. Electrolyte powder. Think of all these things it could be. Is this not probable? Reasonable doubt? Is this not reasonable doubt? Shaylee, it was said to be white powder, and it was a clear plastic baggie with a green plastic baggie inside, with white powder inside. Foot powder, odor eaters. Fairy dust. Lots of votes for fairy dust in various configurations. Gold Bond athlete's foot powder. Sure, it was a green transparent bag. You mean like a green seal on it? Like the top was green? Or do you think the whole bag was green? Can you change the color of the snow bag to green? Let me take a quick look at... Oh, man, where do we have it? I don't even know where it is. I've lost... Oh, there it is. Here we go. Wrong computer. The snow baggie is... Image. You might have to change the bag altogether. You need a green snow baggie. Just don't search yellow snow baggie. That's not a thing. Green bag with snowflakes. Not seeing it.
Call from
once and future caller.
To accept.
Good
morning, Mathis. We're on break right now, looking for pictures to add to our thumbnail. How are you doing?
It's actually the evening, 6 p.m. in Germany, but I'm pretty good. I have finally moved into my new apartment. on Saturday. Then I slept all Sunday, and now I have been been getting back in shape to sorting stuff. I have so many things in this apartment. It's good that it's bigger than the last one because I don't understand how the space fits. Yeah. But anyway, I wanted to check in on how you're doing, and I wanted to suggest the dumbest suggestion yet.
What's that?
Maybe the crystals in the bag were a pet rock.
Pet rock.
Yes, exactly. That's my dumbest suggestion. You can try to top it. I want to see the chat try or give their own anecdotes by calling in, but that's my guess. She's definitely going to say something stupid if she takes the stand, which I'm thinking she probably won't. But
if she takes the stand, well, I'm still thinking of the pet rock. I remember like that craze that there was a pet rock. I think my sister had one. And for some reason, you're supposed to like put it on your pillow or something so it could sleep. But I think it just caused more headaches.
But if you grow crystals and you become emotionally attached to it.
Are you speaking from experience? I just asking for a
friend. I haven't actually. Okay. I don't think I've grown crystals before.
No. Okay. Okay. Pet rock. We'll put that on the list as a possibility.
Yeah, but I am emotionally attached to some of the rocks in my apartment. I realize.
Okay,
so maybe
I agree with you. I am known to go and pick up rocks while I'm up hiking and stick them in my backpack. And most people like try to make their backpack as light as possible. I pretty much load it up with rocks until I can't fit anymore, and then I like struggle all the way back when I'm hiking, just because I like the look of a rock and I want to bring it home with me. So
yeah, very relatable.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so pet rock, pulverized pet rock. It's a possibility. Talking about Hannah taking the stand. If she takes the stand, she's going to be able to tell a story about this encounter with the set mom differently. Obviously, she could testify and say, yes, I did go to her room, and then she came to my room, and she might say something like, that baggie wasn't mine, it was hers, or, we were all enjoying the baggie. There could be all sorts of stuff that comes out here. I don't think she can admit to it being something other than the pet rock. It can't be snow. Because if she says it's snow, then it's like that's sort of evidence. You knew the police were coming. You hid something because you were worried it was going to get found. So that sort of is a conviction there. So she has to say it's something else.
I don't know what a good answer would be if she gets to the stand and tries to explain that. She could say that, well, it was cocaine, but I just didn't want to be caught with cocaine. I didn't want to get in the way of the shooting investigation. I didn't, and she can say, I didn't realize I was being criminally investigated. I think that's the best possible path, where she basically admits to it being cocaine, but not as evidence tampering.
I'm not sure if she still realizes she's being criminally investigated. She has seemed so laid back about this whole thing from the beginning. But yeah, interesting. I'm super glad that you got in your new apartment. That's awesome. I'm going to give you an extra day off because you probably need it to recover. So if you need me to send a note to someone, just let me know and I'll email that to them. But
I'll make use of that eventually. Okay. But yeah, what do we think the break is here? The judge made them call the next witness, and apparently they're now really in recess.
I think what happened is the counsel told the judge, "Hey, we've got Seth Kenney," and they said something like, "This will be a long one." And so when the judge knows it's going to be a long segment up ahead, they're like, "Okay, we'll might as well just take the break now. We'll take the break, and then we'll have a long break, and then we'll probably be a little bit late for lunch, and then continue." He may take most of the morning and into the afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. It struck me a bit strange given the order this happened, but I guess the judge wasn't sure how many witnesses would be called until Seth Kenney.
Yeah. Speaking of Seth Kenney, he's walking back in right now. I'm going to let you go, Mathis.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. Good talking to you, my friend.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, let's see. We are running low on Mountain Dew. I drank Homeschool Ground Zero. That's my wife. I call her Mrs. R.A. here, but she's Homeschool Ground Zero on YouTube. I'm not complaining. I did notice that the Mountain Dew you brought me was like 1/3 the size of a water bottle. It seems smaller in diameter to me. Okay, you can't see it very well because it keys out, and it's definitely shorter. I'm hoping you're able to pick up multiples. Multiples would be preferable. Shrinkflation. I'll tell you, this is real. Have you guys? When I was a kid, you could buy a package of Oreo cookies. Okay, and some of you are not big fans of Oreo cookies, but you could buy a package of Oreo cookies, and it had like 4 rows of cookies, and I think there were like 30 cookies in each row, and plenty of filling to go around. And nowadays, you buy a family size or a party size thing of Oreo cookies, and you're lucky if you get 3 half rows of 6 cookies each. It's bad deal, and the price went up too. I focused. Is this focus? Bring the bottle. There, it is. I'm in focus perfectly. All right, Seth Kenney. Here we go.
Maybe seated.
He has that producer look about him.
Stand before the judge and raise your hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. State your full name for the record, please.
Good morning, Seth Andrew Kenney.
Mr. Kenney, where to begin?
This is going to be good if she says that at the start.
In October of 2021, what kind of business did you run?
I ran a prop and weapons supply house to the film and entertainment industry. Could be anything from theater, and also volunteer work associated with active shooter training.
Okay. Wait, would you move that microphone a little closer
Sure.
to you there?
Yep.
If you can. All right. And do you still have that business?
I do.
How did you get into the prop supply business?
I got contacted in about 2009. Had previously been consulting for a firearms business, indoor shooting range, and retail segment, as well as some law enforcement training. So there was a crossover. And from that, I met an individual that was working in the film industry. And at some point, he said he needed some help, and it was just going to be a 2-month thing. Turned into 15 years.
Okay. And that individual, what kind of work did that individual do?
He did a similar thing where he set up weapons, sent them out onto shows, and also worked as an armor on set.
Okay. So how long have you owned PDQ props?
It's been
1 week
about
since
12
I
years, maybe 13.
Okay.
Sorry, that was
and
a song
at some
reference.
point, sir, did you meet a gentleman by the name of Thel Reed?
I did, very briefly. I was aware of Thale Reed because we were on opposite ends. He was working set on Django Unchained, and I was behind the scenes working with the prop master, preparing the weapons that were going to be used by cast. So I was aware of him then, and then very briefly one day, a prop master brought him into the LA Prop House Arsenal, where I did actually meet him. It wasn't again until about 2018 where we became friends.
Okay. So when the two of you became friends, what did Thel do for a living, and how did it relate to what you did?
Well, primarily he's more than anything, he's a gun coach, and he does work set as an armor as well. But something that he's unrivaled in is as being a gun coach. As an armor, he does a fantastic job, or he did back in the day. So he would work set, and on the back end, I would prepare the weapons. For the most part, I work set as little as possible.
Okay, when you say work set, what do you mean?
Actually, ending up on a call sheet, being hired by a film production. It could be episodics. It could be any TV show that you might see. Walking Dead, for instance, and then, or it could just be a feature film, like Django Unchained. And so when you are hired by production, you end up being an employee or an independent consultant for that production.
Okay, so working on set was not your thing?
Definitely not my focus.
Okay. And what, at some point in time, did you and Mr. Reed work on a film together where Mr. Reed was an armorer or a coach and you were the vendor, the supplier?
That was, it was 1883. It wasn't a feature film. It was more of a, one-run episodic. And I had been working with Taylor Sheridan's prop master.
And who's Taylor Sheridan?
Taylor Sheridan is a writer, director of the Paramount production, and he's kind of created his own segment of Americana that's very popular.
Are you talking about Yellowstone in 1883?
Yellowstone 1883, Yellowstone 1923, Mayor of Kingstown, Sicario. He wrote Sicario, both, I believe. Wind River, amazing movie.
Okay.
That was actually the first time that I had been a provider consultant for Taylor Sheridan, was on Wind River.
Okay. Let's jump back to 1883. Describe for the jury, please, how you and Mr. Reed sort of worked together on that series.
Well, I had to push hard to get him onto the crew and hired. And so we talked about it, and I'm fairly tight with a prop master. Again, we've been working together since Wind River. And I convinced him to hire Thale, and to keep him on longer than most gun coaches or older persons would be allowed on set. Frankly, the Texas heat was just too much for him. So.
And just so that everyone knows, approximately how old is Mr. Reed now?
Exactly, I don't know, but he's got to be pushing 80.
Okay. So in what capacity was Mr. Reed hired on the set of 1883? Was he a coach or an armorer?
Primarily, he was the gun coach, and he had difficulty with the Texas heat. So I was constantly making sure that he was in an air-conditioned environment, and that's not something that a set on Texas allows for.
Sure. So describe for the jury the kind of gun coaching that was being done on 1883.
Well, it involved initially, it was pretty casual, and we were using replicas, and it happened to be Taylor Sheridan's private arena.
When you say replicas, are you talking about real guns or fake guns?
These are fake. These are fake guns.
Okay.
Replicas. Yeah. And so that's where it started. It's kind of a meet and greet and just get some of the basics down. And Thale, he's been doing it for so many decades, 60 plus years as a gun coach and armor. He knows small bite-sized pieces to the actors is best.
Okay.
So.
Was there coaching sessions that included real firearms?
There were. Then at some point, it was decided, and I'm not sure who made that decision, that they actually wanted to set up a private range on a portion of Taylor Sheridan's private ranch with an appropriate backstop and it controls. And that is where the cast, it was a bit of a team building as well, learned about how the functioning of the firearms, and we were mixed between blanks and live. We had live ammunition in one area and then take people off to the side and shoot blanks. And essentially the safe distance on most blanks is about 20 feet. So we would take them away from the firing line and test and train them there. And primarily, they had gotten it by that point. They had really understood for their characters what they needed to be and do on set.
So
Took
you
them 20
mentioned
feet
that
away from the
during
fire line.
these coaching sessions, some of the cast was shooting with live ammunition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall what kind of caliber weapons the cast was using to shoot that live ammunition from?
It was a mix we had available from memory, 12 gauge birdshot, just the basics of that. I don't think we even touched that ammo. The prop master had some guns that were chambered in .357, I believe, some lever actions, and also in .45 Colt or .45 long Colt. Both are okay. Both
All right.
terms.
Can you explain to the jury, well, let me ask you this. Do you know where the live ammunition came from that was used in those coaching sessions?
I do.
Where did it come from?
The .45 long Colt came from Thale. He had a number of reloads that I asked him to bring because at that time it was very difficult to source live ammunition. It was difficult. So he had what turned out to be 325 reloads of .45 long Colt.
And when you say reload, what are you talking about?
Well, it's once used case. So every case of ammunition starts out as new. And at that point,
What do you mean when you say case?
the actual brass case. So if we talk about a round of ammunition, there are 4 components to that. There's the yellowish colored brass case, the primer that is pressed into the base of the case. Then we have gunpowder, some type of, it could be black powder, synthetic black powder, modern smokeless powder, and then you need a projectile. And so those four components make up a single round of ammunition.
Okay, so the live ammunition that was used for the coaching session was provided by Mr. Reed.
Correct.
And if you know, I don't know if you do you know where he got it?
Yes, he said he got it from Joe Swanson.
Okay, and who's Joe Swanson?
Joe Swanson is probably the primary supplier of blanks and dummy rounds to worldwide. If you happen to see something go bang in a puff of smoke in a movie or an episodic, a television show, worldwide, chances are that Joe Swanson made it.
Okay. Now, was all of the .45 long Colt live ammunition that was used for the training camp on 1883, was it all used up?
No.
So can you tell us approximately how much was left over?
It was, if memory serves me correct, it was about 125 rounds, roughly.
And what happened to that ammunition after you finished training the actors on 1883?
Well, that's a little bit hazy. At one point, I do recall that certain things were offloaded from my Sprinter van because they just weren't needed. And that was one of those things. But at some point, it got moved back to Albuquerque, and I've never been able to pinpoint the date.
The live ammunition was moved back to Albuquerque?
Correct.
And specifically, where in Albuquerque was it being housed?
It was in a gray bin marked live ammunition, and it was actually in the bathroom.
Of where?
Of PDQ's location in Albuquerque.
Of your business?
Correct.
Okay.
Just kept a bunch of live rounds in the bathroom.
Can you explain to the jury how you would keep How did you know it was live, and how were you able to keep it separate from dummies and blanks?
Well, it's obviously, it's a concern. Anytime you've got these things in, let's just say, one structure. And in this instance, always better to keep live ammunition near blanks rather than dummy rounds, because dummy rounds and live ammunition can look exactly the same. So if we were to look, if I were to set aside a single blank and a piece of, in a round, a single round of live ammunition, it would be obvious which is which, just from looking at it, okay? The same cannot be said for live ammunition. So these are things that should never be next to each other.
Did you keep all of the 45 long Colt live ammunition in the gray bin? It
was in the gray bin, and it was marked on two sides live ammunition.
Did you have 45 long Colt live ammunition stored anywhere other than the gray bin at PDQ in Albuquerque?
No.
And do you recall a search warrant being executed at PDQ?
I do.
And when the search warrant was executed, were you present?
I was.
Did you aid the police?
Absolutely.
And did you provide law enforcement all of the 45 Colt live ammunition that you had at PDQ?
Yes, and it wasn't spelled out in the warrant that way. If my memory serves me correct, the warrant specified that any live.
Yeah, well, and it's okay. We'll move on from that. I understand your concerns. So let's not talk about the warrant, okay?
Let's not talk about Bruno either.
Was there another show that you and Mr. Reed both supplied firearms and ammunition to after 1883?
No,
So
not that I recall.
did you supply firearms, or, and when I say ammunition, I apologize, I mean blanks and dummies, to the set of a movie called The Old Way?
Yes, but that was filming concurrently with 1883.
Okay, they were happening at the same time?
Yes.
All right. So what did you provide?
Excuse me, wait. Actually, sorry. Now that I think about it, actually Hannah was wrapping The Old Way, and we were still in pre-production at that point. I don't think we had gone to camera yet.
On 1883?
Yeah. I remember being in Texas at the time when Hannah was wrapping out The Old Way, which is essentially concluding filming. No more camera work at all, right? She's packing up her guns, she's packing up her bags to leave Livingston, Montana, and we were still prepping to go to camera, but working for production on 1883.
Okay. So
he saw Hannah's reaction to his other answer.
Oh wait,
that was wrong.
The movie The Old Way. Can you explain to the jury in what capacity was she working on that film?
Well, it was her first solo lead as head armor, and Thale got in touch with me and said that.
Hang on, I don't want any hearsay.
Okay.
So she was the lead armor, and that was the first movie she was lead armor on.
Correct.
Okay. Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you supplied to the set of The Old Way.
Roughly half the guns, most of them the long arms, which are lever actions, and shotguns, and single shot rifles as well. And then there was a mix of about 50% Thale, 50% PDQ supplied the blanks. I supplied 14 rounds of 38-40 dummy rounds, and Thale and Hannah supplied the balance of the dummy rounds.
Okay, so you supplied, the only dummies that you supplied to the Old Way were caliber 38-40.
Correct.
Did you supply any 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of the Old Way?
No, I didn't have any.
And you only supplied 14 38-40 dummies?
It's all I had, yeah.
Okay. And it's your understanding that Mr. Reed and Ms. Gutierrez supplied the remaining dummy rounds to that show?
Yes.
The dummy rounds that Ms. Gutierrez supplied to the set of the Old Way, if you know, do you know where she got them?
She got them from Thale.
All right.
Interesting. He didn't have any dummy rounds for 45, which is a common caliber.
Do you source a lot of your ammunition from Mr. Swanson?
100%. Actually, no, excuse me, 90%.
And do you source from Mr. Swanson?
And again, not ammunition.
Understood.
Just dummy rounds and blanks.
Okay. Do you source both dummy rounds and blanks from Mr. Swanson?
Dummy rounds 100% from Joe Swanson.
Okay. I think we should look at some pictures if we can get set up.
Show and tell time.
Mr. Bowles.
Okay, so his testimony is clean as far as liability goes.
So here's, just so that you know what I'm going to show him. These are already in evidence. So he and I are going to go through those. Sorry, thank you.
Package arrived. While they're quiet, I'm going to give you a little bit of ASMR. Not bad, not bad for my first official paper ASMR moment. Ooh. These are not dummy cables. Ultra high-speed HDMI cable and connect more power. Also, ultra high-speed HDMI cable. There's like 7 layers to get to these cables, guys. I apologize. Oh, this has another box inside a box, and inside that are cables. So we're going to get some pictures here for Mr. Kenney to identify different types of ammunition. Interestingly, he says he gets all of his ammo from Joe Swanson.
Thank you.
Or by ammo, I mean dummy
Mr.
rounds.
Kenney, do you see the photograph on your screen?
I do.
Thank you. Have you ever had a box of dummies from Mr. Swanson with that label?
No, never.
And why would you not have a box with this label if you're sourcing your dummy rounds from Mr. Swanson?
Well, 1883 was the first period show that that I needed 45 long Colt dummy rounds for. Prior to that, even though we had done a flashback scene with Tim McGraw in Yellowstone, there was no call for dummy rounds, or the prop master sourced them elsewhere. So I just never needed them. And when I did, I needed them by the thousands, not by boxes of 50. And so what happened is Joe Swanson, he asked me, do you want me to package them up? I said, no, there's no point, right? It's more work for everybody. So he sent them to me in bulk.
Okay, and so you never had anything like this in your possession?
Never.
And let's talk about the dummy rounds that you provided to the set of Rust. Did you provide 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Rust?
I did. I supplied a single box of 50 on October 12th.
And where did those dummy rounds come from?
They had just come off of the day prior from the prop truck in Texas from 1883.
So when you took the dummy rounds that you supplied to the set of Rust from the prop truck on 1883, walk us through what you did with them.
Yeah, so the Sarah and Hannah had issues with a couple of guns, and so potentially they needed replacements. There was an issue with the reassembly after cleaning. So I pulled some of PDQ's inventory from the 1883 prop truck to make sure that I had something to replace. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a 45 long Colt chambered gun that matched what they had on Rust. But I did find one chambered in 4440. So I took that gun, a box of 4440 dummy rounds, and also spotted some antiqued 45 long Colt dummy rounds in bulk, and put them literally into a double bag of some type of grocery store bag. And those three items went into my Sprinter van, and I drove straight from that set to my PDQ's location in Albuquerque.
And when you got to the PDQ location in Albuquerque, what did you do with the 45 long Colt dummy rounds that you brought from 1883?
It's kind of an odd thing to say, but because there were probably a considerable amount of money in firearms in the van at the time that were headed back to California, I slept in the van with the guns. Behind closed gates, but that's just what you have to do. So it wasn't until the morning of the 12th that they were brought into the my place, PDQ's location in Albuquerque.
Okay, and what did you do with them when you brought them inside?
Well, I got rid of the grocery bags straight away, and I built a small brown cardboard box, and they got poured into there. Sarah Zachary was running late. When she showed up, I was able to reassemble and test the gun.
And let me stop you real quick, just so that we're connecting all the dots. Why was Sarah Zachary coming to PDQ on October 12th?
Well, she needed to find out whether or not I could quickly reassemble the gun without issue and make sure that it was ready to be used on camera for Rust.
And were you able to do that?
I was.
Okay.
But she ended up running probably 3 hours late, and I had nothing else to do. Essentially, I was just waiting to meet with her and drive to California. So while I was sitting there doing nothing, I looked at these overly antiqued rounds that had been dipped in a chemical that patinaed not only the lead bullets, but also the cases very heavily, too heavily, and they didn't look right. They didn't look right for camera. So I just sat there and decided, well, I'll just see what it looks like after I polish them up with some Quado steel wool. And that's what I did. What I realized, though, too, is that some of the chemicals seemed to have leaked into the case, and some of the rattles seemed muddy. And
what do you mean when you say some of the rattles seemed muddy?
Well, Joe Swanson, for the most part, stopped using BBs inside the dummy rounds because the sound guys could hear them on camera. So if the gun is being manipulated, He could actually hear the dummy rounds rattling around. And there's a number of instances where I can hear dummy rounds in TV and movies where I can spot it, and I'm like, you can hear the dummy rounds rattling. It's kind of interesting. So he switched to using a single piece of number 2 lead shot, which is an adequate rattle, but it's a little bit muffled. And I suspect what had happened is the chemical had caused some kind of gooey layer, to my best guess. And so I noticed that they just didn't sound safe to me. They just didn't sound like I wanted, Hannah and Sarah to have to be dealing with something that seems odd. And so I selected, before I sat there and polished each dummy round, I had to make sure, one, it rattled before I spent a minute polishing around. If we're talking about a box of 50, plus writing a label on both ends, I sat there with this box for an hour. So they got rattled before they got polished,
nothing to do
and then
for 3
re-rattled
hours
to make sure they would rattle without issue, and then individually inserted into the box.
Okay, hang on just a second.
The way he testifies, he has zero liability, according to his story. There was nothing that came from him that could have been bad. So my 4 cables are out and coiled appropriately.
Mr. Kenney, I'm going to show you what has previously been entered into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit L43. I'm not going to switch over to the Elmo for this because it requires too many steps and it'll take too long. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Steel wool in a little box.
What is this a photo of?
It's a photo of the brown cardboard box that I had just taped up to purposely hold those aged dummy rounds, and you can see in the picture what they look like before being polished with Quado steel wool.
Okay.
So he just happened to have set that up.
I am going to show you
and left it like that.
What has been marked as State's Exhibit 174. There's no objection to admitting this into evidence, and I'd like to publish.
All right, State's 174 is admitted. You may publish.
Mr. Kenney, what is this a photo of?
That's the same box. Just it's missing I think I saw some spent blank cases in the box, as well as the Quado steel wool.
Okay. So when did you take this photograph?
I don't recall.
Is this a photograph of the dummy rounds that you provided to the set of Rust?
That's correct. So it would have to be the picture was either taken on October 12th or after.
Okay.
Because that box and those dummy rounds didn't exist until that morning of October 12th.
Okay. And after, I think you indicated that you rattled them, polished them, and rattled them again. Is that right?
Correct.
And how did you provide them to the set of Rust? Were they in a bag? Were they in a box?
They were in a white box with white gaffer tape, which is kind of a pattern tape, very like strong. And I hand wrote in blue Sharpie ink on both ends of the box what the contents of it were.
All right, I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 48. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What's that?
That is the box of dummy rounds that I supplied to Sarah Zachary on October 12th.
So the dummy rounds that we saw in the box, in the brown box in the previous photo, you took those and you put them into this box.
What we see in the brown box with the aged dummy rounds is the remainder because again, I didn't just take 50 rounds. I took, I would estimate, up to nearly 100 in total. So we've got, this is a box that contained 50 dummy rounds, aged and polished, and the remainder was left in that brown cardboard box.
When you're talking about the remainder, are you talking about what's shown in Defendant's Exhibit L43?
Yes.
And the other photo of the brown box without the steel wool, are those the ones that actually ended up in the box and went to rust?
No, those are still the remainder.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 48A. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What's that?
It appears to be that same, the foam insert and dummy rounds, the polished antique dummy rounds that I gave to Sarah Zachary on October 12th. Although one of them appears like it doesn't belong.
You talking about this one?
I believe it to be that round. It doesn't look like it's had any aging, and I think I've seen it in other evidence photos where they're laid on their side and it stands out.
So, and hang on just a second. Let's do this. Let me show you what has been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 166. What's the round you're talking about?
That's it. If we look at the top row, and all the way to the right of the top row, just beneath that, it appears that round is inconsistent.
George, show him how he can circle.
You have a touch screen.
Oh, yeah?
See if your hand's shaky.
Ooh.
Close. Try again.
I don't have the touch.
You missed. Aim closer.
So that round that I've circled in red does not appear like the others, and I have a tough time thinking that I would provided that round.
Okay. And after you gave the box to Ms. Zachary and it was taken to the set of rust, do you know what was done with it after that?
No, I had, even if she left it in her car, I had no idea what she had done with it.
Okay.
Whether or not they used it or not.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 39. Do you recognize that?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
Do you recognize the dummy rounds that appear to be in the belt? Is it hard to tell from this photo?
It's hard to tell, yeah.
Okay, so let's
and the shadows in the photos make it difficult as well.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move to State's Exhibit 40. This is previously entered into evidence. Does that photo help?
It does.
So I believe we've heard testimony that these are, from the crime scene specialist, that these are the rounds that were taken out of the belt. Do those look like your rounds?
They do. They're definitely similar. A higher resolution on an iPad would be ideal, but they look very similar. Can I guarantee that those are the PDQ rounds? No, it would be difficult to say. Casually, yes. Court of law, not so much.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 49. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you see that this photograph has an extra round up here?
I do.
Are you familiar with what a Denix round is?
I am.
What's a Denix round?
Well, it's a costume round.
What's the difference between a costume round and a dummy round?
Costume rounds don't rattle. First off, the Denix round that I've found, that I've tested, won't chamber in a gun either. The cast manufacturing seam is out of spec, so even though it says 45 Colt or 45 long Colt on the end of it, you actually can't get it to chamber.
Hang on just a second. When you said the cast manufacturing seam, can you see that in the photo?
I can, yep. I'm gonna go ahead and underline it.
Okay.
This is a very prepared witness.
All right, thank you. Have you ever had Denix rounds in your inventory?
No, because it's something that if it doesn't rattle and it's coming from a weapons supplier, a vendor, it sets a dangerous precedent that we can say some dummy rounds don't rattle. And there is definitely debate regarding this point. PDQ though, and I have never sent out any dummy round that doesn't rattle, whether or not the primer has been struck by a firing pin. So even if we're talking about, well, we can assume that because the firing pin has hit the primer, it must be a dummy round and there's nothing in it, and that is definitely not the case. There are a number of instances where hard primers will not go off with just one hit of a firing pin. And so we don't know that that's a purpose-built dummy round. Unless it rattles, it's not to be trusted.
Okay. And did you provide a Denix round to the set of rest?
No.
And it's your testimony that the Denix rounds actually don't really fit in the revolver. Is that right?
The ones that I've tested do not.
Okay. Because of the seam.
Because of the seam. And it appears overall that they're oversized, very slightly, but it's enough to prevent them from being inserted into a revolver.
Okay. And do you know a gentleman by the name of Billy Ray?
I don't know him personally. We've communicated. Actually, no, excuse me, let me back up. We did meet briefly. We met briefly. He owns a similar company providing weapons and props as well as dummy rounds and blanks to productions. I believe he's a set designer.
Did you reach out to Billy Ray with regard to supplying dummy rounds to the set of Rust?
I did. Again, PDQ, everything we had slated in inventory was to be used on 1883. So we didn't have any 45 Colt dummy rounds. So I reached out to Billy Ray by text and asked him if he did have any in stock because they needed more.
And did he have any?
He did not, but what he did have, which appears on camera, and to anyone else, if you were to insert what he did have into a leather gun belt from 3 feet away, you wouldn't know what was in that gun belt. And so what he had was very specifically, he got back to me and said, I have 98 44-40 dummy rounds and 42 38-40 dummy rounds. And
were those provided to the set of Rust?
He met up with Sarah Zachary, and that's how they ended up, I'm assuming, on set.
And are you the person that connected them so that Ms. Zachary could obtain the dummy rounds?
Yes.
So, to the best of your knowledge, did Billy Ray provide any 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Rust?
No, I mean, he was very specific. I mean, casually you'd say, well, I've got 3 boxes, that'll work. But he went into greater detail.
Okay, and let me stop you there. And when you were talking about having a 38-40 or a 44-40 dummy round in a gun belt, you said that the viewer wouldn't know what they were looking at.
That's correct.
And is that because they look very, very similar to 45 long Colt?
Yes.
Okay. So, in terms of dummy rounds, we understand that you provided some, and we've looked at those photos. You've testified that Billy Ray provided some, and you've explained that to us. Was there anyone else who provided 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Rust?
Yes.
Who's that?
That was Hannah.
And if you know, where did Ms. Gutierrez say that she got the dummy rounds from that she took on to the set of Rust?
It was the same supply that she had gotten from Thale that she used on the Old Way.
And how do you know that?
It was just conversation and text message.
She told you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you
message?
what has been marked as State's Exhibit 175. It's my understanding that there is no objection to this, and I would ask permission to publish.
Is this a text message?
No objection. States 175 is admitted. You may publish.
Sir, have you seen this before?
I have.
And what is this? It's a conversation. Who's participating in the conversation?
Sorry, I've broken my glasses. Yeah, it's a text conversation between myself and Hannah.
And what's the date of this conversation?
Again, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses. October, was it 5th?
Do you need some readers? I probably have 5 pairs.
No, the new prescription. I broke my glasses, and the new prescription is.
She's on a different pair today.
Makes me feel nauseous. So let's see if I take a picture of it.
Does that help you?
Oh yeah, October 5th.
I can't see. Here, use my glasses. They work for me.
What are you and Ms. Gutierrez talking about here?
Well, we're talking about the. Let's see. Well, what specifically? There's a few dates in there.
Go ahead and just take a moment and review it, and then I'll ask you some questions about it.
Well, I'm asking her about how she was looking on, for leather.
And when you say leather, what do you mean?
It would be primarily gun belts, but it could also mean bandoliers as well. I don't recall that Rust had call for bandoliers. It was just primarily, gun belts and holsters. Each gun belt can hold up to 18 rounds of dummies.
So to kind of move through this in this text conversation, does Ms. Gutierrez indicate to you that she can't find any of the dummies?
Yeah, and she mentions, some of them are still in the belt and in the belts.
So hang on.
Yep.
When she says she can't find any of the dummies, what is your response?
Sorry about this. What happened to the dummy? Yeah, what happened to the dummy rounds from TOW, which is an abbreviation of the Old Way.
Okay, and what's her response?
Some of them are still in the belts.
Yeah. And then, what do you explain to her? Something about dummy rounds don't get returned. What are you telling her? And let me know if you need me to. Do you need me to make it bigger?
I mean, I might as well just pull it up on my phone. Yeah, so I was just explaining, to her that she needs to, let me know, or as a normal course of business moving forward, now that she's no longer underneath her dad's wing, that if something gets lost or damaged on set, the production needs to pay for it.
You said that's an L&D. What does L&D mean?
Lost or damaged.
Okay.
And in this instance, she's just saying, essentially, yeah, they fall, just commonly, the dummy rounds fall out of gun belts for stunts, or even maybe picked up for souvenirs by extras or actors. Who knows?
Okay. And Ms. Gutierrez responds, and she actually, I think, confirms what you just said. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She says, you never mentioned this. I definitely lost some off of the belts during the action scenes.
Right.
She says maybe like 50 total. I'm not sure. And then she says, so I have to round those up tomorrow and count these?
Yep. That was the conversation.
And then does she say to you, you both just send me out to do these things and don't teach me right. Shame on both of you.
Yes.
Okay. And you respond, you're a naughty child. I'll let Papa handle this one.
Right.
Were you joking?
Partially.
And what was her response?
So what if I need more? You guys freaking blow.
Okay. So based on State's Exhibit 175, was it your impression that Ms. Gutierrez was bringing dummy rounds that were already loaded into gun belts?
Absolutely. Not only that, but we were counting on it.
What do you mean you were counting on it?
Because everything else from PDQ was slated for 1883. In fact, some of it wasn't even manufactured yet. So there was just no inventory. And the only way that they were going to have dummy rounds on Rust is by reaching out to other suppliers in the business, and they needed them straight away. And Billy Ray happens to be in Albuquerque. So that's a straightaway solution.
Okay, was it your understanding from that conversation with Ms. Gutierrez that the dummy rounds that she was providing to the set of Rust were left over from the old way?
Yes.
I'm going to take you to October 21st, 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
And let me ask you, prior to October 21st of 2021, were you ever physically present on the set of Rust?
No.
When was the first date that you were physically present on the set of Rust?
It was when the Sheriff's Department executed the warrant on the prop truck.
And why did you need to be present for the Sheriff's Department to execute the warrant on the prop truck?
It wasn't that I needed to be, as much as I felt I wanted to be there to facilitate.
And how did you intend to facilitate?
But just to be available to answer questions that may have come up.
In addition to providing blank ammunition and some dummy rounds to the set of Rust, did you also provide firearms?
Yes.
Approximately how many firearms did you provide, if you recall?
Approximately 30.
And do you know where the 30 firearms that you provided were being stored?
They were being stored on the prop truck, in the safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let me ask you specifically, did you provide to the set of Rust the Pieta 45 that became Mr. Baldwin's prop gun?
I did.
And where did you get that gun from?
Those guns came from Pieta's. Pieta's an Italian manufacturer, and they supplied, or they have a principal, and I think it's a single importer located in California, and I purchased them specifically for the Rust show directly from their facility in California.
And do you know when you purchased that gun, was it new or was it used?
Baldwin's gun was brand new, as were I believe it's 11 of the 12 revolvers that were rented to the Rust production were all brand new.
So I'm going to take you back to October 21st. On October 21st, did you find out that there was some sort of an injury that had taken place on set?
I did. I missed a call from Sarah Zachary, and quickly thereafter, she sent me a single word by text in all caps, emergency.
And when you received that text, what did you do?
I called her back within a few minutes.
Okay. And let me ask this. During that conversation, did you tell Sarah Zachary to do anything with any of the dummy rounds or firearms or anything like that on set?
No, absolutely not.
After your conversation with Ms. Zachary, did you call Mr. Reed?
I did. I tried several times to get a hold of him.
And
by phone.
Were you ultimately able to get a hold of him?
I was. He returned, and I recall texting him as well, and he did finally return my call.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you what he said during that call.
Because that would be hearsay.
During the filming of Rust, did you occasionally communicate with Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And was there a time that you and Ms. Gutierrez had a disagreement?
The primary disagreement occurred on October 16th.
And what was the subject matter of that disagreement without saying what anyone said?
Subject matter related to an accidental discharge of a blank on the set of Rust.
Okay. After the disagreement that you had with Ms. Gutierrez on October 16th, did you, if you recall, did you speak to her again before this, between the 16th and the 21st?
No.
And why weren't you speaking to her? Was there anything that she did or said during the October 16th conversation that was upsetting to you?
Well, it was clear that she was emotional. She sent me a text message back that had a number of expletives associated with it, and so, you know, I just felt that she needed some space, and maybe an apology was due, and I was just going to give it some time.
An apology was due to who?
Well, I thought to me.
Okay. Understood. Sir, did you provide any live ammunition to the set of Rust?
No.
Did you ever give any live ammunition to Sarah Zachary?
No.
Have you seen photos of the live ammunition that was found on the set of Rust?
I have.
Did you possess any ammunition that looked like that?
No.
At some point in time after the incident on the 21st, did you become aware that you were perhaps being blamed?
I started to sense that there was efforts to redistribute blame or the cause of this accident.
Was there a morning news show that you watched that?
Yeah, I'm gonna object.
Prosecutor looks like, what? What did I do? What did I do? Was there a morning news show? That might be leading. Might be calling for hearsay. Could be a couple things there. I actually think the state might be I think they're going to talk about the search of his property, and then probably be done. So probably around lunchtime, the state should be done with this witness. Can't imagine where else they're going to go with this. People are calling for Dr. G to do a little analysis on Seth on the stand. Some people are saying super sketch, super sus. Some are on the fence. Others say he's believable and knows his stuff. I know his testimony is very prepared, almost as if he knows the order the pictures are coming in, and it seems too good, I think, in my mind. Play the video clip of the morning show. There's a quick way to get a copyright strike. Him saying accidental discharge is not believable. What people don't like about him, I think, is that as soon as this went down, he showed up on the set for searching the truck. He wanted to be there, and he like injected himself. I mean, how many other people, if the police say, hey, we're going to search somewhere, say, well, I'm going to hang out with you guys and I'm going to be there. I'm going to help facilitate that search. Who gets that sort of access? Who gets that sort of permission and gets to be, right there on the front lines during the search where he literally is involved? He interjected himself in everything. So the skeptic in me looks at what we hear he's done on the set of Rust with the search, and I find it hard to believe that he wasn't very involved in maybe even prepping his location for a search. That's the skeptic in me that sees. I imagine that he would probably be heavily involved on the PDQ side as well.
Mr. Kenney, did you see a morning news show?
I have seen one.
I'm talking about a morning news show where Mr. Bowles and Mr. Reed were the guests.
Yes, I do remember that.
And did anything about their statements on that morning news show cause you to believe that you were perhaps being targeted or blamed?
That's difficult to answer. It started to feel as I don't know if that's an appropriate word. It started to feel, knowing Thale and having been friends with him for a few years at that point, I understood who he was and how much he loves his daughter. So I felt like what was about to happen, that was the very beginning. And that was essentially to ultimately try to pin the live ammunition on the set of Rust, that somehow it came, through me.
Okay. And Mr. Kenney, did Ms. Gutierrez, with the assistance of Mr. Bowles, file a lawsuit against you?
They did. It's give or take a couple of days, January 12th of 2022.
And when the lawsuit was filed against you, at that point in time, did you fully understand that you were being blamed?
At that point, it was quite clear.
Okay. What is the status of that lawsuit now?
Well, the complaint...
We could all probably look that up and see what the status is. Or we can let Mr. Seth tell us. I think this will probably be allowed. Watching for the judge nodding and who she's looking at. Seems to be a little more nods in prosecutor's direction. Chin's moving a tiny bit. Back to defense. Back to prosecution. Little shake of the head. And now we don't get to see anything. Jennifer is still on the fence about him. Happy 5 months to me. Happy 5 months to you, Jennifer. Got a few other people who are celebrating benchmarks, membership benchmarks. Georgia Culture, 13 months. Thank you very much. Positive Vibes with 5 months. Thank you as well. The Nancy, 10 months. 10 months. Thank you. Purple Haze sent a Mountain Dew emoji, super chat, asking for a Mountain Dew emoji. Horse welfare, the unprofessional things people put in text, in work-related texts and emails is shocking. Anything you put in writing could end up in a court of law. And CLO also with the Mountain Dew funds. Thank you very much. Tumwater Troy gifted a membership before that as well. And Sarah Zachary walked in with Seth Kenney, says Vicky Watkins. They walked in together. Interesting. So if Sarah is here, she must have been released. Is Sarah in the audience? Did she remain there? He just threw reasonable doubt all in there with those texts. They let Bowles ask everyone else about their lawsuits. It's fair game. I don't know. Here you've got the defendant involved. Is he going to ask for a mistrial? What do you think? What are the chances he asks for a mistrial here? Is the jury going to get excused for lunch? It took me 10 months to find how to claim my months in chat. Yeah, and if you don't claim it, it goes away. Just got notified that my cables have arrived. Let's see. Judge nodded. Last looking at defense.
Mr. Kenney, was that lawsuit later dismissed?
It was.
I'll pass the witness.
Whoa. They're done. They didn't cover the search on his property at all. I think defense will definitely do that.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They're not going to get him to say that he has a reloading equipment in there. I don't think he'll
We've
do
met
that.
over Zoom, but we've never officially met in person until this morning. Is that correct, sir?
It is.
Okay. Mr. Kenney, I want to walk you through, to start with, the 1883 set. And I think initially, Thel Reed had brought live rounds in a green ammo can. Is that correct?
That's correct. They were, and specifically they were reloads, yes.
And these were reloads, and some percentage of them were Starline brass reloads. Is that correct?
Yes, I think I would just guess a good percentage, roughly 50% of the cases were Starline.
Now, I think you described previously that there were three types of bullet characteristics within those reloads. Is that correct, sir?
That is.
And will you tell the jury what three types of reloads there were?
So again, if we consider that a round of ammunition has four components, and commonly people say bullets in what they were referring to is a total cartridge, right? But the bullet is actually the projectile, that single component, which essentially is flying towards whatever target. And Thale had brought 45 Colt reloads that were made up roughly of almost equal thirds, you know, and it was a third what are called semi-wad cutters. The tip of that projectile is shaped exactly like a crayon. It has the exact shape of a newly unused crayon. Then there was another bullet profile, a truncated cone, which kind of has the spaceship look to it. And then there was the more common and typical found heavy grain bullet, which is, I think, probably what most people would assume is a bullet when they do that. And it just looks like a lump of clay. And it could be, there are slight variations to those shapes.
I just added one a few minutes
It can look like
ago.
a human head, essentially, that was circular on all the way around the sphere.
Okay, kind of like a rounded kind of.
Yeah, and they even with a flat point on them, but they seem to be those round-nosed, flat point versions. All seem to be roughly the same. I didn't see any variations in those, but honestly, I just don't recall. I just remember that there were 3 different type profiles, and the issue that we ran into was that they were shooting both lever action rifles and revolvers at the shooting range, and specifically, I grouped the each different bullet profile into separate boxes, and told the guys that were manning the prop master in a live fire armor that they had brought on, and they had an assistant as well, that the semi-wad cutters would not chamber in the lever action rifles. So best to use those in the revolvers, and ideally the truncated cone and then the rounded bullets, those could be used in the lever actions. And ultimately somebody put a semi-wad cutter in one of the lever actions and jammed it up.
Okay, well, in any event, there's 3 types of bullet characteristics in those reloads that Del Reed gets from Joe Swanson, correct?
That from what I saw, yes.
Okay. Now, you all have this live training offset. It's at a cowboy training camp in Texas in 1883, correct?
Correct. It was anywhere near a set. It was on, again, Taylor Sheridan had set up a private firing range, live fire area, and no filming was done at that point.
Okay, sir. Then after that set, you then retained the ammo can and the remainder of the live rounds that Del had brought, correct?
No. I retained the Thale Reed, the reloads from Thale, but the ammo can was sent once the first I saw of what was the contents of the ammo can was actually at the firing range on Texas, and at that point we needed to know how many we had and what variety, because when I opened up the box, it was a jumbled, distribution of 3 different types of bullet profiles. So what I did is previously I'd gotten from Joe Swanson 10 boxes that were flat, brand new. They actually had to be assembled, and I loaded the contents from the green ammo box that Thale had brought into those white boxes. Those white boxes went up to the firing line as well as the empty ammo can. And the ammo can was being used for the spent brass.
Okay. So you did retain some of the reloaded live rounds after 1883 completed?
After the 1883 cowboy training camp, yes.
And those then made their way back to Albuquerque, you've said, to PDQ props, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know whether those returned, I think you've stated before October 21st. You said you were hazy on the date, right?
Yes.
But we do know that you came back to Albuquerque from 1883 on or about October 11th because you met with Sarah Zachary October 12th, correct?
Correct.
So when you came back, you brought dummy rounds from the set of 1883 to give to Sarah, correct?
Correct.
And those were 45 long Colt dummy rounds.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you had a whole group of dummies in 1883. How many do you think there were?
5,000.
Okay. So out of those 5,000, you brought some back from Miss Zachary. And at some point, you can't tell the jury when, those live rounds came back to your place.
I've never been able to identify the exact date.
Well, you also said on direct they were delivered back. Let me get you the words you used. They were offloaded from your Sprinter van and got moved back to Albuquerque in the bathroom. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, when you said got moved, isn't that you who moved them back?
Yes.
Okay. So, in reality, you drove them back from 1883, and you can't remember that date at all.
No. I ballpark it, but it's not accurate. I have an idea of within months or two, or even I can't tell you, because I made at least 2 trips back and forth from Texas to Albuquerque, California, back again. I've just not been able to narrow it down.
Did you ever go back and when you were sitting down with Hancock on one of these times and sit down with the calendar and try to look at your trip receipts, look at any kind of credit card, try to figure that out?
Yes, repeatedly. I've probably tried 3 to 5 times to see if I can come up with a picture of either the space in PDQ space in Albuquerque, something that would indicate when I had brought those back. I've just been unable to.
Okay. Now, you said that you brought these back, stored them in the bathroom, and you indicated that could be a concerning situation if live rounds are stored in the same place as dummies. Is that fair?
I don't think you stored dummies in the bathroom.
That's fair.
Okay. And the reason why you said that on direct is that dummies are made to look identical in a lot of respects to live rounds.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also had within your place blanks, correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay. Why would you store live ammo at PDQ at all?
Well, I've got, self-defense ammunition. It's Albuquerque after all, and that's enough right there. I deal with weapons that should not be out on the streets, and I'll do what I have to prevent that from happening. Unfortunately, it's an unfortunate reality. So there is self-defense ammunition, and the remnants of the 1883 cowboy training camp was there, and I, again, don't know the date that I brought them back.
Okay. Now, you keep self-defense ammunition. It's because it's a dangerous town. I think that's what you're saying. And you also keep weapons we've seen in pictures that were kind of out in the open. Looked like they were cases. You recall that?
From the evidence photos?
Yes.
Well, you're seeing what I want anybody to see that would break in if, because again, it's Albuquerque. If somebody were to break in, what are they going to go after first? That's what it's set up as. You don't see in the evidence photos belt-fed machine guns, any machine guns, or a lot of other things that were there that are no longer there.
His defense is I want them to steal the single
so
action stuff.
Belt-fed machine guns too?
Oh yeah.
And machine guns at this shop as well?
Yes.
Okay. So you wanted people to see the, and let me just show you, Defendant's Exhibit L14. Yes, sir. Thank you.
So he left working firearms around as decoys for the machine guns. Don't want those machine guns stolen. All the cowboy guns, help yourself to those. They're laying all over the shop. But those belt-fed machine guns.
Mr. Kenney, I'm going to show you Defendant's L14. And if you could describe, is this a picture inside PDQ props?
It is.
Okay, sir, can you tell the jury these items, what type of firearms those are?
Well, they look to be long arms, obviously because of the length, but what's inside those gun socks is a mystery. It could be anything from
a musket,
replicas, non-functioning shotguns. Could be anything.
So these were there on October 21st. Are you telling the jury you don't know what was inside those socks?
Definitely not. I have hundreds of guns.
Okay, are these hundreds of guns inside PDQ props?
Yeah, as well as replica and rubber as well. And replicas they look exactly like a gun, but they are not. And if that's not how do we know that's October 21st? First of all, that shouldn't be.
Not October 21st. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm getting my date. Yeah, thanks for reminding.
Okay.
This was the month after in November.
This is search warrant photos.
Yes.
Yeah.
I apologize. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was in November. And Mr. Kenney, what is this on the? Are these some rounds on the ground here?
Everything in this room are going to be blanks or dummy rounds.
Okay, but I see them kind of laying in bags on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, did you have any kind of
piling system?
First of all, before I ask you that, you have a lot of boxes stacked up on the shelves here. Do you see that?
Yes, and that shelf holds entirely blanks.
Okay. Did you have any sort of written inventory system for all your boxes and?
Occasionally, I would go through and make a list of what I had. It was casual. You know, what do I need? You know, Joe Swanson would say, "Hey, I'm running off a batch of 223 blanks and or 9mm, whatever it was." And if I was on the road, it would be helpful to kind of have an idea about that. But there's no spreadsheet of inventory that I kept.
Okay, and when you say casual, was it written on a piece of paper?
It was 8.5 by 11. I would end up, with 2 or 3 8.5 by 11s because it's not only, we're not just talking about 9mm, right? We're talking about 9mm that is going to be what we use in the industry, anything from a solid plug load. And in a solid plug load, you can have 10 variations. And then we have 1/8 flash, quarter flash, half flash, full flash. So you had to know what your inventory is by memory for the most part. And occasionally, if inventory got too high in one area, I'd say, well, definitely don't. If Joe says, hey, do you need any of this? Respond no. Because it just doesn't make sense from a small business standpoint.
Ask him from his memory what he has now.
And you said inventory through memory. I'm going to show you Defendant's L16. It's just one example. Were you able to remember at any given time each number of each of those types of boxes?
Well, if I'm handling it on a daily basis, yes. Deficiencies mostly.
Well, and for example, when you have to invoice, like the Russ said, do you have any procedure that kind of tells you how you're going to invoice that?
Typically what I'll do is very quickly, usually movie productions, television productions are last minute. And oftentimes the invoicing comes a week or two after the service has been provided. And so oftentimes I'll quickly jot down what it is that's being sent, take a picture of it, and oftentimes things go, if they're shipped, everything goes overnight. So it's a last minute kind of business.
Okay.
Hence the PDQ.
May I approach?
Pretty darn quick.
I'll show this. Sir, I'm going to approach and show you defendants EE and FF, and I'll ask you if you recognize these two documents.
I do.
You need readers?
No, that's okay.
Do you need my readers?
What are those documents?
This is an invoice made out to Russ Production with Sarah Zachary here as well.
And can you look in the back of the one you just looked at and see what the sticker number is on the back of the page? Just flip it over. Yeah, that little sticker. FF, does that say that?
That says FF. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just read for the record from FF, and what is EE?
Is he pulling the sticker off?
The other exhibit?
Don't pull the sticker off, dude.
No, I was just going to ask to move them in, Your Honor. Just have them identify EE.
Okay. So FF is an invoice for blank ammunition as well as dummy rounds.
Okay, and is that your invoice, sir?
Yes, it is.
And is it the same for EE? If you could take a look at that.
Ooh, are they going to get him here?
And
I smell a
this
trap.
EE is an invoice for guns, replicas, rubber guns, gun bags and socks.
Okay, and not get into the contents. You just recognize that, do you not?
I do.
Okay. I would move for the admission of those two exhibits.
No objection.
EE and FF are admitted. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Defendants.
So, Mr. Kenney, I'm first going to show you defendants EE, and you were just telling the jury. Can you just summarize this and don't go into every item?
Sure. This is the gun, replica, and rubber invoice to the Rust production from PDQ.
Mr. Bowles, hold the exhibit real quick. Can we approach real quick?
Yes.
Prosecution wants to look at that really quickly. So they didn't object, and now they want a little closer look. The reason this is admitted is because we're going to see something, and it might be presented to counter what he's said. So I think the worst we're going to get out of this, there's not going to be like live rounds, live 44 long Colt. No, that's not going to be on here. That's not what we're looking for. But I think they're looking for information where he might have overbilled or billed for something he didn't provide. Sort of as a way to bilk the industry just a wee bit, because, who's going to catch it or who would call him out on it? That's my guess, gut feel. If I had to flip a coin and say what's happening here, that's where we're going. Does it need redacting? Possible. Could redact the business information, because now that we know he just leaves all his guns out, that's
Okay, Mr. Kenney, if you can just summarize that for the jury.
So that invoice is from PDQ to Rust Production for firearms, replica firearms, as well as rubber firearms.
Okay, and now I want to show you.
Here comes the good one.
And the one we just saw, this is what you supplied to Rust, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now I want to show you defendants FF. And if you can summarize this document.
It's a invoice from PDQ to Rust Production for blanks, blank ammunition, as well as dummy rounds.
Okay, and then if I want to show you the second page of that. And what does that say on the second page?
Ooh. It says dummy rounds, 4440/45 LC long Colt and 12 gauge.
So is this the line where you invoiced for those 45 long Colt rounds?
It is.
Okay. And so you put this together in a group with the other types, correct?
Yes.
And the numbers on the left column, so you start at your dummy rounds, 44, 40, 45, then there's a number 200. Is that the quantity?
That is the quantity.
And then the price per item is right next to that, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now these dummy 45 and other dummies, did you rent these to Rust?
I did. What was listed there is not inclusive of actually what was provided to Set. There were some, as I recall, there were some 44 Henry dummy rounds, possibly some 45-70. I don't recall exactly.
So were there other invoices?
No.
Okay. So there were certain items that you did not invoice for.
That's correct.
Okay. And did that also include what's called primed cases?
No, prime cases would not be in the dummy round line of the invoice. That would be listed out separately, because one is a consumable, the other one is a rental, and prime cases would be a consumable.
And I want to talk a little bit about that, but you provided Sarah Zachary some primed cases for rust, correct?
Not that I recall. I mean, I'd have to look at the invoice.
Okay. What is a primed case?
A primed case is simply that. It's a ammunition case that has a primer without gunpowder. Typically, Joe Swanson crimps the end because what happens is that they're too long. If he doesn't crimp the end, they're too longer to actually be functional in a revolver. And they're simply, like a loud cap gun when they go off. They're good for training. They're good for around horses and kids. And certain armorers will rig them up in theater as well. Live theater will use them with talcum powder effect with minimal noise and also for close proximity.
Do you recall telling Detective Hancock when you interviewed with her that you had given a number of prime cases to Sarah, and it will be interesting to see what color primers they have?
No, I don't recall that.
If I showed you your interview transcript, would that refresh?
It would help. Yeah.
It would help.
It's page 32.
That's where we're going. So carefully laid the trap and now springs it. Let's see what the explanation is here. This defense attorney, Mr. Bowles, is really good at cross-examining witnesses. Not so good at being standby attorney during a deposition, I think. That's not his strong suit. Ashley, thank you very much. Mountain Dew emoji is needed. Jairus, thanks for gifting 10 memberships. Super generous.
Did you indeed tell Detective Hancock that you had given a number of primed cases to Sarah?
Well, it's interesting because it says prime cases, and that I would have said primed. I never say prime cases. It just sounds like you're ordering some off of Amazon. So
Amazon's like, leave us out of this.
I don't recall that conversation. I don't even know what I'm referring to in that conversation.
Well, do you recall that there was discussion about those being there, and that you looked for a picture to show Hancock?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall stating that chances are they'll all have the same color primer?
This conversation, I just don't remember the particulars of this conversation with
okay. If he doesn't remember, Hancock. This doesn't refresh his recollection, and that should
do you recall at all, regardless of the conversation, that Sarah Zachary had primed cases on the set of Rust?
If they're on the invoice and it's a dummy, or excuse me, it's a blank round, and I would include a primed case in a blank round invoice, because again, it's a consumable. I would not be surprised if they got primed case blanks, let's call them.
Well, sir, don't you know that? Don't you know you provided that to Sarah Zachary?
No, it was 2.5 years ago.
But this was a traumatic event for everybody. You talked to, you remember that, don't you?
I remember it being traumatic, yes, absolutely.
You remember providing those cases because you discussed it for 5 pages in this.
No, I don't remember.
Wow.
Do you recall during this conversation as well that you called a man named Troy Teskey?
I've called Troy Teskey a number of times in the last 6 years.
I'm asking you specifically, during the interview with Detective Hancock, November 1st, do you recall that you called Troy Teskey?
In the interview room, yes, with Detective at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, yes.
Yes, because he was at lunch, you called him, you were trying to reach him.
Yes, now I understand what you're talking about.
Okay. And do you recall also calling Joe Swanson as you were sitting down with the detective?
I do.
And do you recall when you asked Joe Swanson whether he had put these in boxes, how many rounds he had made in total? He said about 700 is what you said. Do you recall saying that he had made about 700 rounds?
I have a vague recollection of the conversation with Detective Hancock, yeah.
And as you're talking to Joe Swanson and you ask him if they were in the box or the green ammo can, do you recall he's on the phone with you and you're asking if they were in the green ammo can and you say,
Objection.
Okay, this is an interesting thing. We've had a trial like this before, where a witness has been confronted with a prior inconsistent statement, okay, for impeachment. The document does not refresh their recollection, so they still don't know. I believe this means that the document could be admissible as evidence in its entirety. We had this out of Thurston, Washington. Okay,
Mr. Kenney, do you recall you said, as you're on the phone, shit. I'm like
cheap,
cheap. God. Well, I mean, still trying. Damn. You recall saying that?
Vaguely, yes.
You also recall saying, you said it twice. You said, shit. Well, she still didn't do her effing job. Do you recall saying that?
That sounds like me.
Okay. So, when you find out, and I don't want to get into what Mr. Swanson told you, but when you find out whatever you find out on the phone, you say shit twice. Why did you say that?
I think I was worried that it was going to be some of these rounds that Thale had given to Troy Teskey and had been using, to shoot, right? Shooting live rounds, that somehow they migrated in some of Thale's leather or, through Hannah in some way, and that, again, we were going to be here saying Joe Swanson live ammunition when he's primarily 99.9% of the time he just provides movies and television shows with blanks and dummy rounds, and that's an uncomfortable situation for Joe Swanson.
So you just gave a long explanation, and you just kind of tried to blame Hannah in that, didn't you, just now?
How did I do that?
Well, you gave the implication that you were worried that this was going to be some that Thale had and Troy was shooting, and again, that's to try to link it to Hannah, isn't it?
No,
Okay.
just telling you my thought process at that point, trying to figure out where did the Rust live ammunition come from, and was it going to point back to Joe Swanson?
Not himself.
Okay, and do you recall on July 11th, 2023, you interviewed with myself and Miss Morrissey? You recall that, sir?
Yeah, the Zoom meeting, yes, I recall that.
And do you recall when I asked you the same question, shit, why did you say shit? You said, I don't know. And that was the extent of your answer. You recall that?
Yes.
So back in July 11th, 2023, your memory, would you agree with me, would be fresher to that time frame when you said it than it would be now?
Well, not if I had reviewed things or something else jogged my memory of that event, or because it was an emotional time, and that I found that largely when things are emotionally charged, there kind of needs to be some kind of gateway between the present and recollecting how I felt and the way things were at that point in time.
And I understand, but would you agree with me? You gave a different answer on July 11th. I don't know than you do today.
I don't know if I don't know is really an answer, other than at that moment in time after us discussing it, I hadn't thought about saying shit 4 times in an interview with a detective.
It was 6 or 3.
The rounds, again, that went to 1883 came back at some point to your place. Again, some of those reloaded rounds from Joe Swanson were Starline brass.
So the 1883 cowboy camp, training camp, just to be specific, yes, some of those Thale Reed, Joe Swanson reloads came back to PDQ in Albuquerque.
And as well, some of your dummy rounds also were Starline brass, correct?
Correct.
And they had nickel primers?
Correct.
Okay. And the live rounds found on set that were Starline brass also had nickel primers, correct?
On the set of Rust?
Yes, sir.
From the evidence photos, yes, those were nickel primers.
As well?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition to providing replica firearms, did you provide rubber firearms to the set?
To the set of Rust, yes.
Okay. Did you provide over 3,000 rounds of ammo?
I don't know what the total of, if we're referring to
blanks.
Blanks, yeah. I don't know what the total is of blanks to Rust. I've never totaled it out. Well, other than the invoice, that would have been the only time.
Other than the invoice, which should have a total. I billed them for specific totals, but
when
I didn't
you
really
would
count
get
them.
a request from Sarah Zachary for additional rounds that were needed, would she come pick those up from you at your place?
I think once the initial supply of blanks and firearms were provided to Sarah, there was only one other occasion that I can recall Sarah coming and getting anything for Rust from me, which was on October 12th.
Okay, and do you recall Sarah and Hannah coming before Rust started to your place?
I do.
And at that time, didn't you give Hannah her leathers as well as firearms and ammunition?
I vaguely recall that, that she got that done.
Okay, this is becoming
because in fact,
mess.
Hannah had mailed you the leathers back from the old way at the end of that set. You recall that?
Yeah, she had shipped everything from Montana to me in Texas.
And so when you received those in Texas and the leathers and everything else, you brought them back to PDQ Props?
That's correct. They the leathers were in the same box. They never got pulled out. The replica firearms did get pulled out, but the rest of the leathers remained in the box.
Okay, sir. Then you gave that to Sarah and Hannah for their use on the Rust set. Is that fair to say?
Well, whatever she was going to do with it was up to Hannah and Thale.
Okay. But do you know they got used on the Rust set?
I don't know that. I can assume that's where that leather went to.
Okay. Now I want to ask you some questions about the dummy rounds that you answered earlier. You did indicate that dummies that do not rattle can be dangerous. Is that right?
Dummy rounds that do not rattle are not dummy rounds to me.
Okay. And I think you've said, because it is dangerous when an armor is trying to figure out, maybe in a high-speed environment, maybe things are going on, you're trying to distinguish between a live round and a dummy, and it will not rattle. It doesn't rattle. Didn't you describe that as being a dangerous situation?
Well, certainly, because it's like a firearm that you can't check is unloaded. You have to assume that it's loaded or that the round is live and it's not a dummy round.
Yes, sir. And you also stated that you would not source those type of rounds like Denix rounds that do not rattle, right?
That's correct.
And it's one of the things you said that you would not be in favor of having a mixture of dummies, some that rattle, some that don't. That's a dangerous situation, isn't it?
Well, it's I work with prop crews a lot. They're not specialists, they're not armorers, but they are charged with the responsibility of having gun belts and dummy rounds on set. And if they get the idea that dummy rounds don't necessarily have to rattle, bad precedent, deadly precedent.
It sets a deadly precedent, and on this set on Rust, you're aware that there were those types of a mixture of different types of dummy rounds, are you not?
Well, I wasn't aware of that because...
Well, you weren't before, but you are now, having reviewed the pictures.
Yeah, the Denix round is a costume round that doesn't rattle.
Okay. So after you reviewed the pictures from set, you're now aware that there was a dangerous mix of types of dummies, some that rattled, some that didn't.
Well, a Denix round is not dangerous. It sets a dangerous precedent.
Okay.
You know,
and I'm not saying you can fire it. I'm just saying, in your words, it can set a dangerous precedent.
Yeah, yes, it's not an ideal situation, not at all.
Okay, sir, I want to talk about your interactions with Detective Hancock in this case. When the case started, do you recall you had a meeting or call with her maybe the same day as the shooting incident?
No, I don't. With Detective Hancock?
Yes.
On October 21st? Don't recall it at all. I don't think it happened.
Okay. Do you recall that on the course of time after that shooting incident, you called Detective Hancock over 40 times?
What? Sounds about right.
Oh, do you think it might have been higher than that?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. And during that time, you're sharing information with her, she's sharing information with you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And doesn't she share you materials from the investigation?
There's Sarah Zachary.
At times?
Or, no, that's the investigator.
The first time that I think she showed me anything was when they were executing the search warrant on the prop truck. She was showing me, I think they were black and white, grainy photos.
Okay.
That was the first time I saw anything.
Now, do you recall providing Detective Hancock some of the live rounds before the execution of the search warrant?
I did.
Okay. So you provided her some, and was that in a bag, or how did you give those to her?
Well, interestingly enough, they came from that jammed lever-action rifle, and they happened to be the semi-wad cutter live rounds. They were in a small Benelli shotgun choke bag, and I had written on there in black ink live, and there were between 5 and 7, I believe, that I gave her.
Okay. And you volunteered those to her, and she took them, then they came to search after that, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, there was a month time frame or so, roughly, between the shooting incident and that search of your place.
Yeah, I believe it was over a month, because it was after Thanksgiving. So, yeah, over a month.
Did you have any inkling or thought that they were going to come search?
No, not at all.
Even though you had been in contact with the detective and other people before that? You knew they were investigating?
I knew they were investigating. I had no reason to believe that they would be executing a search warrant on my business.
Now, did you provide your DNA to Detective Hancock?
No, I did offer it, though.
You offered it?
Yes.
And they did not take you up on that?
That's correct.
And they did not take your fingerprints either, did they?
Well, my fingerprints are in the system already. If you're a federal firearms licensee, that's just part of the licensing, is that your fingerprints go into the digital federal system.
I think inventory is also
and I
part of that
understand that, sir,
licensing.
but my question was, did they take your fingerprints?
Again, no.
Okay. Well, they didn't take it the first time. That was somebody else.
That's true.
Okay. Now I want to ask you a different topic. After this, you were asked on direct if after this October 16th accidental discharge, you had had an argument with Miss Gutierrez Reed. Do you recall that?
By text message, yes.
Okay. And you recall after that you wanted to fire Miss Gutierrez Reed?
You better own up, dude.
It wasn't that I wanted her fired.
We've got the receipts.
Because it wouldn't be for me to fire her. She can tell me to go to hell all day long, and it wouldn't make a difference to the Rust production.
Soundbite? Yes, no?
It doesn't, I've got 5 sisters and 2 daughters. I'm used to it. So if Rust Production is happy, and they were, Sarah Zachary said she's a great armorer. That I've seen the defendant Hannah. She sent me the text message that the director had sent her after a big shootout on blank ammo shootout, big shootout.
And Mr. Kenney, my question was pretty simple, and
Okay.
let me ask it again.
Okay.
You just testified that you did not want to that you did not want to fire Hannah. Is that your testimony?
It's not that I wanted her fired. She was doing a horrible job at props. That was an issue.
Okay, you answered my question, and I just want to know, it's a real...
I had mixed feelings about it, and I think that's why, in fact, I reached out to two common friends with Thale, saying this is the situation,
Okay, well, do you recall in your interview on November 1st stating she was just being an idiot? I wanted Sarah to get rid of her.
Collectively, yes. I mean, even now, frustrated with her, but at the same time, understand, what she's up against. So it's a mixed bag of emotions, and ultimately was not my call.
My question was did you remember stating that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's what I asked. Now,
wow.
Do you also recall in the July 11th interview stating, well, I wasn't going to work with her again in the future. So you wanted her fired.
I just, again, it was, there were some mixed emotions and in the situation. If I really wanted her fired, I could have gotten her fired.
Let me ask you that. If you could have gotten her fired, you could have talked to somebody on set. Who was your contact on set?
It would have been, Gabrielle Pickle was, actually Angel Nijum was my first contact with production at Rust, and then it was Gabrielle Pickle. Line producer, unit production manager, Ro Walters, those would have been the ones to fire her. Sarah Zachary she was willing to work with Hannah and get the movie finished.
And
counsel approach.
Yes.
All right. Judge's like, I'm ready for a break. We're ready for lunch, maybe. Let's see if that's going to happen. It's spicy. Mr. Bowles when he tightens the screws, he can go further than what he's doing here. I think he's got more, because I think he really wants to attack further, but I think we're going to get a break for lunch. Yes, we're getting a break for lunch.
Why don't we see you back here at 1 o'clock? Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
So what I can tell you is one of the questions the judge told the attorneys there was, how much longer is this going to go? And the answer was not, just a couple questions. We've got more. There's the cross-examination is going to go pretty long, and then of course the redirect they're going to want that pretty soon as well. I need one of those stands. See that little keyboard thing? Is that like an iPad keyboard lap? It's sort of like it fits on your seat and you like between your legs, and it's like sitting on. Let's see, what's that toy? You know that little toy you'd sit on and you'd spin. You'd sit and spin with a little handle. Somebody is as old as me and knows what it is. It's like you stand on it, you fall and break your head. But it's one of those, but the top, it doesn't spin. Not a merry-go-round, smaller. It's got a little disc on the bottom. It's a sit and spin. Okay, it's a sit and spin. It's like one of those, only it doesn't spin. I need to find one of those, because that's like a perfect bring your own chair for your computer thing. Okay, it is a sit and spin. Okay. Wait, I need one of those. I need to find the link on Amazon. All right. So here's what we got. We have spicy cross going on. We have what I will say feels like slimy slimy testimony
Call
from a witness.
Nosy Rosie.
Nosy Rosie, how are you doing this afternoon? Are you loving this this cross?
Yes. Did I not tell you that he was stinky like the outhouse?
he's not coming out smelling like roses. I can tell you that. It's what was that about live rounds in the gun that was jammed? In the rifle that was jammed? He said we had live rounds and that he provided those. What? Somebody tell me about this. Oh, because that just makes the fact that the police, as they're just like cycling through, loading the gun, unloading the gun, even worse. They didn't even know how the gun worked, and they were loading and unloading live rounds during a search. It's bad.
Oh my goodness! Those. If I had not watched the interviews, I don't know that I would be feeling as giddy as I do right now. Oh my goodness. It was looking all clean with the prosecutor, but that, oh man, Mr. Bowles, coming out strong.
I can tell you, it sounds like, this witness, he gives me the impression that this morning he spiffed his hair just the way he wanted to and popped the collar. It's just, he knew how he wanted to look today, and this is not it. This is not how he wanted it to go. He's struggling, these long delays where he's trying to literally, I think to me, it looks like he's trying to think of how should I answer this one? How should I answer this question? Because
you can see the bubbles above his head, and he's looking to grab, like, oh, come on, think, hurry. And he, oh my goodness,
he's trying to play chess at this level that I think Mr. Bowles is far beyond. Okay, and so he's like, if I answer this way, then they're going to go this way. But if I answer the other way, then he's like, I'm not sure what to do. I'm going to try to sit on the fence on this one. And Mr. Bowles is like, excuse me, objection non-responsive. That's not the question. And so he's pressing that.
During the interviews, he's a really good talker. And I didn't want to be like disrespectful in chat. So I said it this way. Seth can sell ice to people that live in snow-covered places. He's a talker. He's really good. And during the interviews, he guided. He literally, took the investigators where he wanted them to go. And he always had a picture.
It was just cooperation, though, Nosy Rosie. He was just cooperating, just being helpful.
Oh, the helpfulness. Oh, my goodness. Okay, I got to go. I got to let somebody else have a turn.
Awesome. Thank you, Nosy Rosie. We'll catch you later.
Bye.
Bye. This is, let's see, just like that. Thank you. I've got a text message with a link to that laptop stand. Thank you very much, Nikki. Appreciate that. I will, let's see. Oh, it's different one. This is like a free stand. I'm looking for the one that like tucks in between your legs like a sit and spin. So it like you can sit on the bench and it's right there in front of you. Okay. Wow. This is getting good, and it's not done. I think it's ramping up. It's ramping up because one thing that the defense is good at in this case that the state is not is a good finish, a big finish. I think Mr. Bowles is going to really knock it out of the park on this one, and it will probably end with some objections because he'll push the limit as far as he's going to be able to go, and then the state's going to finally have like, hey, okay, that's enough. We need to stop, and the objections will start flying. And then he's going to wrap up. And then what's going to happen, I'll call it right now because this is good. What's going to happen is the state is going to come up and try to redirect or rehabilitate the witness. And they're doing this in response to what happened on cross-examination. So this isn't something they've been able to prepare with the witness. And so the witness doesn't know the right answer to say during this redirect, and that's when they say the wrong thing, and they always get caught because the state asks these questions in such a way that you're not sure if the answer is yes or no. And so they're trying to be helpful, and they're like, I think she means a yes now. She wants a yes now? No, but it probably is a no, and so they'll get caught. It's going to happen again. It's happened many, many times already. All right, it's going to backfire as it has in the past. Interesting. Okay, all that said and done, I'm still solidly in the camp that Hannah is accountable for this. That no matter what happened, no matter where the ammunition came from, even if some of it might have gone through PDQ Arms and back out, even if the gun belts were shipped from PDQ Arms with live rounds in them, which may have been from a previous set that had live rounds too, I'm not sure. No matter what, I still think the armorer is responsible. The obligation the armorer has on the set still makes her accountable for that. Okay, that falls on her, in my opinion. So this hasn't changed anything for Hannah particularly, but man, there is blame to go around on this one, and we haven't even mentioned Alec Baldwin more than just a handful of times today. So begins and ends with Hannah. I can't get past that. It's your job to ensure the safety, and you handed somebody a gun with a loaded round, with a live round in it. It would take a lot to, I would need to have video of somebody swapping out the round or testimony that happened to think otherwise. This is Hannah's fault, but I have no doubt he caused it, says Dr. Dew. That's what I think what we're getting to, the share the blame. And if anything, I think it's going to help Hannah on the sentencing side of this one if she's convicted. But if there's enough blame somewhere else, this jury might say, look, the deck was stacked against her. Everybody else, set her up and she was pressured. They might, I don't know. I think that would be the wrong answer if they go that way, because I think the evidence still says that she's responsible. So John Link, woohoo! Happy to spend some time with my true crime companions. 10 months. John, thank you very much. Wouldn't be the same without you here. Appreciate that. If I were on the jury, I'd nullify at this point, says Malin Law. Are we going to talk about jury nullification? Was Seth trying to get the Reed family off the armor jobs and his business in? Angelique, Seth talks an interesting game. One of the first thing he says is like, yeah, Thel Reed done this for generations. I got him on this job. I had to pull strings and fight for him to give him this job because, it's like, hang on, who's the pro here? Who's got all the experience? Is it Thel Reed that has decades and decades of armor experience? That is the big name on the set, or is it you with PDQ props? And so the way he tells the story from the get-go just sounded a little bit off from what we've heard. But, okay, let's see. Did he get immunity? We haven't heard anything about immunity, at least from the stand today. I agree with you, Ari, but if all the people saw her doing stuff they weren't happy with, they should have spoken up and possibly the situation would have been avoided. Elizabeth, yes, you're right. If all these people saw this and should have done something and didn't say something, these people should have a difficult time sleeping at night. Okay? There should be that nagging guilt of if only I had done what they tell us to do in safety trainings. And if I see something, say something. If only I had not been such a hurry to focus on this. If only I had been, had not thought, well, that's not my job. I'll let somebody else worry about that. Oh my goodness. If only. Regret. I think a lot of people should have some strong feelings of regret on what they did. Does that amount to criminal liability? I don't think so. In most cases, I would say I don't think it does.
Call from
Fall.
Try and Thal. Hang on one
press
second.
1. To send a voicemail, press 2. At any time, you may press star to join the call.
Thal, don't go anywhere. The button to answer the call is right where the number 2 button appears. And so I'm clicking the button to answer, and it doesn't answer. And then it answers while I'm clicking, and it pushes 2. And then I try to switch to 1, and it didn't work. Thal, call back. Call back. His exasperation, he's like, he sent me to voicemail. But I need a phone with bigger buttons, or one that just has less text messages on it.
Call from
Fall again.
Thal, I'm sorry. I tried so hard to answer that call.
God, get a secretary. Okay.
It costs money.
I gotta get into character real quick. Okay. Get a button ready? All right.
Wait. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Go ahead.
Okay, see, the problem is I hear a lot of women in the chat, and one that just called in, a very beautiful, special woman.
You're already gonna get me in
y'all
trouble.
ain't believing. Y'all ain't believing this man on the stand. Okay, he's being honest, and I know what the problem is, Scott. I know what the problem is. Okay, for all the lovely ladies in chat, it's because we've been talking about rust, and when we talking about rust, we talking about the heartthrob. That's right, ladies. The man to end all men, Jensen Ackles. That's right.
I'm so glad you didn't
That's
say
right.
Alec.
Dean from Supernatural, ladies. Oh, he's so yummy. But you got to get that out of your heads, lady, and focus. Focus, okay? And Scott, I don't know if you know who Dean Winchester is, okay?
Hang on,
if you don't...
Thal, I'm just doing a quick poll. Should I hang up on this caller?
Can I vote yes?
You can. You're going to get me in trouble.
But here's the thing. If you don't know what Dean Winchester looks like, for all you people that don't know, Jensen Ackles, he looks like Weather Watch times 10 on the good looks and actually a man. Okay, I'll see you later, Scott. Bye.
You're fired. You're fired. Okay. We'll see you, Thal. Bye. Okay, block that number. Yes, all that, the opinions shared by Thal are not necessarily the opinions shared by this channel, just so you know. All right. This is where we are. We're in spicy redirect, or excuse me, spicy cross, where then we have redirect after. I think all of it is going to be great. This is very near. This could be the last witness the state has to offer. And if it is, what a fail on their part. What a fail on their part. They would be better off having arrested their case without calling this witness, I think, because he has really muddied the water when it comes to the source of the live ammunition. And just, one more time, just refreshing in the jurors' minds just what a mess it was on the set, and then stressing just how involved and how eager he was to volunteer information, and now his memory is here and there and everywhere. Ooh, it's not good. It's not good, which is one of the reasons we now have a snake. Yes, it's true. We have a snake on the set. Hang on just 1 second. Amber's calling in while I post this. Just 1 second. Amber, are you there?
I'm here.
What's happening?
Well, I was trying to hit my button of family show when Thal was on the phone.
Hang on.
Thankfully, he didn't go there.
I had the beep button, but it's tough to get it. Let me get the snake on the screen. Give me just 1 second here. Downloads. Let me show you the latest update. Is this it? Come on. It's taking forever. There we go.
Is it because you can't multitask is why I can't talk and you move the snake on screen?
I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay, snake is on the screen. I need to download it again. I forgot to download it. That's why. Okay, download. Boom. It's going to take a second. It's downloading. It's a big file. I've downloaded like 700 versions of this thumbnail. I've got all of them saved, so I can go back through every iteration. Okay, there we go. Snake on the screen.
Question about what we've heard so far. So let me know when you're ready.
First, I have to show you the screen. We added a snake in front of the log. It is a rattlesnake. 2 reasons. We've got a snake-like witness, or at least a witness that makes us think of snakes, and then we have the rattler. And the rattler is important because we have dummy rounds that rattle. It's over by the armor cart anyway. So we've added that. Also, down by the feet of the gorilla, we have a little cheep. We have a bird as well. We added a little chicken. What's with the yellow chick? Because this set was cheap. That's why. So, and I have not figured out where to put 3 piles of poop. But possibly that has to be in there now as well. Okay, go ahead.
I think you just need to put the member emoji, the bull emoji that we have for members only. I think you just need to put that on.
I think it needs to be right at the gate to Bonanza because everyone is stepping in it.
Yeah,
we'll put it right in front of the. I like that. Okay. Actually, let's do it more like this. I've got a nice one with flies. It doesn't have the. Let's see. It's too dark. I need the little scent smell. Can I just do one? Because 3 piles of poop seems like a little overkill.
Do 3 little. Do 3 of the scent lines. You know what I'm talking about?
Not only do I know what
Like
you're
the
talking about,
sticky
I'm currently downloading the finished version. So I was one step ahead of you. We'll get this added to the thumbnail really quickly. Let's see, is it 19?
I think your rattler needs to have its tail up in the air and have the parentheses on the outside signifying sound of an actual rattle.
Okay,
this is so not why I called you.
Why did you call?
I wanted to call and see how it's possible to run an inventory off of memory.
Oh, how do you invoice?
How do you invoice?
There's going to be lawsuits about invoices. They're like, whoa, he has no idea what he has. He has no idea what he shipped. Some stuff is invoiced, some stuff isn't. This guy sounds like he's just, what can we bill here? What can we bill there? There's got to be.
And then he said that he'd have to look at an invoice to know if he gave something to Sarah Zachary or to Hannah Gutierrez. And I'm like, how would you know by looking at your invoice if you didn't invoice everything?
It's bad. It's bad. Okay, so we posted the poop. If you haven't seen, let me just show you really quickly. There's our emoji. This is how the thumbnail is going to be when we come back from lunch. We have the poop, and it's in front of the do not cross line, so you'll step in it even if you're outside the crime scene. Oh my goodness! No, the way he ran his shop, the PDQ, with piles everywhere, not just inside, the garbage outside, live rounds in the bathroom, guns left out as decoys, not fake guns, real guns left out as decoys, so that their hands will be too full of the old Western single actions to grab the belt-fed, fully automatic guns, which are also there. This is crazy. And the ones that he left out were the ones that you have. I mean, good thing the thieves, if they broke in, didn't need to use the bathroom, because that's where they find the ammo to the guns they were just stealing.
I just want to know. This will probably be the first time I ever invoke Ayden. Ayden, do you store liquor in the bathroom?
No, that's where the shoppers go to try to hide what they've got and then walk out of the store.
I don't why is there inventory in the bathroom?
Why?
I mean, it's not sanitary for one. Oh my gracious.
Long guns.
I can't.
Long guns leaned up against the wall in protective cases. Guess what? Those are not. Those are not replicas.
Of course.
A replica. I've had replica guns, and a replica gun does not require all that type of protection and protective bags around things. That's because it's a nice gun. Okay. I just don't believe that those leaning against the wall were like, oh, those are my broken shotguns. And yeah, no, I don't. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that. I think a little accountant trip through these books of PDQ would really open a lot of people's eyes, and it's I do not. I am not volunteering as tribute for that because my OCD is going to go insane. It's terrible.
I'm just saying.
How are we supposed to believe? I mean, he started off so smooth. Honestly, I'm like, hey, this guy, he knows his stuff.
But they
he knows
always
the words.
do.
He looks the part. He's extremely smooth. I call shotguns, says Vaughn. He looks the part, and then it started rattling apart where he was saying, about the inventory system. I'm just like, hang on. It's one thing to say, hey, I know what I've got, but this whole place was just pile upon pile upon pile. And we've got more, I'm sure, more pictures we're going to go through. That reloading desk, the screws, everything. We'll see what happens, but I'm like, I'm not buying what I'm being sold here right now by this witness.
I'm not either. And the issue is in this kind of business, I don't care if it's dummies, if it's blanks, if it's live ammunition. Go into a gun store and see what their inventory system is.
Yeah.
Any gun store I've been into has been pristine to the point where I can identify the manufacturer, the merchant that I got it from, like when they got it, in their inventory and sent it to, like I can tell you the life story of this inventory.
It's got to be able to be tracked. Why can this guy not? If something goes missing, how does he know it went missing?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
It's terrible. And the FFL, let me just say, a federal firearms license, this is not easy to get. And if you have problems, you can lose it. Okay, this is what allows him to buy and sell and trade and deal in guns, especially in the quantities and the types he has as well, because some of those guns are difficult to get without certain sort of special permits or stamps. Okay, BTF type stuff. So he's got all this variety, and if the BATF, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and F is for firearms, went out there and just did a little quick walkthrough, they might be like, we need to revoke this one real quick because this is not good. This is not good at all.
Right. And then how about his explanation of why he would have live rounds at PDQ headquarters? Because, we keep live rounds off the street that shouldn't be on the street. What?
Yeah. What's up?
Did I mishear that, or did I hear that correctly?
What was it?
When he said that he's got live rounds in PDQ headquarters because of keeping them off the street. How does that make sense?
There are so many parts of this that doesn't make sense. He said that he had live rounds in the gun that got jammed, the rifle that got jammed.
No, in PDQ headquarters.
I didn't hear that part. In his shop. Oh. It's better in my shop than on the street in the hands of gangsters. Is that what he was saying?
It kind of, sort of, I suppose. And
what an angel. How kind of him to do that for the betterment of society. Oh.
It was just before he said, well, it is Albuquerque. That should be answer enough.
Oh, my goodness. That's when he was sleeping in the van down by the river?
I guess.
With all the guns.
And through the woods. To PDQ headquarters we go.
I'll tell you, this I think was a bad move on the part of the prosecution because it hasn't clarified anything. There's a tiny bit of information which we really got from all the other witnesses about where these rounds came from or where they heard rounds were coming from. If anything, it has muddled those waters, and now it puts him in that same loop, like they could have gone to him and back, which does not, it doesn't make it any better. I mean, it doesn't get Hannah off the hook. It's not going to be bail her out type thing. I don't think anything we hear in this trial will do that. But
right, but it spreads the culpability.
Yeah, and if he still has this business,
100%,
it would make me as a movie creator hesitant to seek out an invoice from PDQ. For supplying firearms and props and everything. It's like, whoa.
Now, let me point out something else. He said that he could have had Hannah fired if he wanted her fired.
Yeah.
So isn't it within his responsibility to do so if he sees necessary?
She was working under his license.
Sarah was working under his license. I don't know if Hannah specifically
They said
was.
They both were. She said they were both on that.
So if you felt like things were shady and you didn't feel comfortable and you didn't really have the power to fire her, but if you wanted her fired, you could have her fired, why didn't you? Because it's your obligation to do so. Let's flip this into medicine real quick. Mm-hmm. Medical assistants are not licensed. They are certified. They work they're like a step below an LPN. Okay. So if a medical assistant is not licensed, they work under the provider's license. So if a medical assistant is doing something untoward or outside of their scope, without a doctor's order, all that kind of stuff, the provider can then dismiss you from their schedule, their services. How is that not his responsibility? Man. If he holds the FFL?
It is his responsibility. If you hold the license, there's a responsibility for oversight. If you are aware that things are not happening properly as they should, okay, it's your license on the line. Okay, they don't revoke her license. She doesn't hold one. They revoke your license. There's definitely a responsibility if he's aware of this and he's thinking, oh, I should fire. I think that's why he's struggling with that question. Because if he said, I wanted to fire and he has the ability to, why didn't you? Firing somebody who's not doing anything safe, who's not acting appropriately under your license, that would be the right thing to do, and you didn't do it. he's trying to dodge the culpability either way. And I don't, sitting on the fence, I don't think will help him here.
Right, but he sank himself, though, because after saying that he didn't have the ability to fire her, he said that if he wanted her to be fired, he could have had her fired.
Yeah.
So,
oh man,
how are you not culpable in this whole thing? Because you were part of the issue here, in my opinion.
Amber,
right?
Amber, I'm with you. I'm going to take a deep breath and step back. We're going to take a lunch break because it ends in 40 minutes. Okay, and everyone needs a little bit of lunch. I've had a few too many Mountain Dews to just sit this one out. As far as the break goes. So before my eyes turn green, I'm going to need to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back this afternoon with the continued coverage with the cross. It's going to be spicy. I think Mr. Bowles is going to ramp this one up because I think he can. First of all, this is not a witness he has to go tenderfoot around. This isn't somebody that he will look like a bully, really attacking. This is somebody who's sort of came in sort of braggadocio style, swaying, strutting his stuff, popping his jacket, and now he's going to put him in his place. And I think we're going to see the best Mr. Bowles has to offer. At least I'm hoping today might be the day. So that's going to be. I would
hope so. Because you could definitely see that the judge interrupted his flow and he was getting into it.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Kenney is probably going to have to break out his phone again and get some more, read some more answers on his phone. What was he doing with the phone out? Checking the phone.
He couldn't see it on the screen in front of him.
And it's bigger on his phone than on the TV screen? Are you kidding? Maybe he's pinching to zoom. I didn't see that action going on. But, oh, man.
By show of hands, how many of you still have text messages on your phone
from years ago? I've got this written.
My hand is up.
I can probably pull it up on my phone quicker than you can enlarge it on the Elmo. Let me just go ahead and do that. I would just say, Your Honor, stuff. I would like to request a copy of what the witness is using to refresh himself. Do you have Celebrite handy? I need the whole thing. Let's do a full extraction on that phone and just see if there's other things in there. Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go pull up this morning show interview, too, because it was Mr. Bowles, the attorney, and Thel Reed, Hannah's dad, that was on that interview.
Yeah.
So is Mr. Bowles going to be a witness?
No. There's no way. They would have. It's so rare to get the opposing attorney as a witness on the stands. We've heard it threatened a couple times.
It's just the irony of it all. Yeah. It's just the irony of it all. I've got to try and find that clip.
Okay.
If I do, I'll send it to you.
Awesome.
All right, go to break. I'm getting off of here.
We'll do that. All right, we will. I'll let you go. See, Amber. Appreciate it. All right, we're gonna go to lunch here and get ready for this afternoon. Lunch ends at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, so that means 3 p.m. here. We means 40 minutes, which means we're back in 30 minutes. You only get a half-hour lunch because Amber, look at Amber, not me. Amber took your time, guys. This is on Amber. Throw you under the bus there a little bit. All right, when we come back, we're going to continue this. We do think the state is going to rest today. We think they're going to rest today. I will tell you also, I believe now that maybe Peter Tragos was onto something. And I can see Hannah testifying now. I think it might be beneficial. I think she has things to say. I think all the damage has come out against her, and it really can't be much worse than it is. I think the state got everything they have out against her, and now the only thing she can bring in is stuff that will make her look a little bit better, or at least spread the blame a little thinner, spread the manure around the set. That's what we're going to do. So I think she might be thinking to take the stand. All right, so tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again in about 30 minutes. First person in chat, as always, wins the internet for the rest of the afternoon. Will she keep her language safe for work? Red Pen, I make no promises. We've got like 30 piles of poop already in this live stream. So is Seth still on the stand? Yes, he is. Cross is still going on, and I imagine we probably got at least 15-20 minutes minimum of that, and maybe longer. He might be up there all day. It would be crazy. You guys have a great lunch. We'll see you afterwards right here. Appreciate it. Talk to you later. Bye.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.